Brookfield's website at brookfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 3 study session items. Although public comment is not taken on study session items, correspondence sent to council by the deadline has been reviewed and added to the public record, providing the public the opportunity to engage in tonight's discussion. The public may attend tonight's meeting and future council meetings in person at the George DeSierro City and County Building Council Chambers located at 1 Nicole Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Brookfield's website. Our first study session item this evening is the final report on the Library and Cultural Affairs Facility Master Plan. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Catherine Lineup, Director of Library Cultural Affairs, a whole host of other things as well. Catherine, we're excited to hear a lot about this, the master plan tonight. We've been waiting for a really long time. I know the consultants are also in the audience, excited to look what our future may be.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm super excited to present the findings from our Library and Cultural Affairs Master Plan. The initial request for the Library and Cultural Affairs Department to look at expansion came from council back in 2007, when the library presented a space needs report. In 2015, the created Brookfield Master Plan acknowledged the need for backstage and storage upgrades to the auditorium, as well as the need for a gallery space and more arts programming and support. In 2018, we began the process of a strategic plan, followed by this facilities master plan, encompassing the needs of library, arts and history, and CSU extension. Tonight, we will walk through the recommendations from consultants ArchNexus and Margaret Sullivan Studios. Next slide, please. The Library and Cultural Affairs team vision is to inspire, empower, and connect. We see ourselves as a key player in creating community identity and resilience. We support early childhood development, community cohesion, equal access to information, technology, and lifelong learning. We are growing our skills in facilitating community partnerships and deepening our understanding of the changing needs of this community. We see the opportunity to move beyond the traditional view of library, arts, and history to embody a key component of community vitality by providing access to education, certification programs, small business support, growing a vibrant creative sector, and contributing to the sense of community and place. The social infrastructure and built environment this plan describes will contribute to a healthier, more resilient community. Next slide, please. The feedback we received from our strategic plan in 2018-2019 and the facilities master plan are consistent with what we've also seen in the city comp plan. What stands out is a desire for a community hub, more focus on the arts, programming for all ages, space for gathering and supporting and creating a cultural identity. There were also numerous requests for services in North Brookfield. Next slide, please. We were already seeing our library services and art services shifting, but COVID has accelerated some of these trends significantly. The Library and Cultural Affairs can help bridge the divide that we are seeing with the K-shaped recovery that's happening. This is exacerbating what was already an unequal access to opportunity. We saw an increase in the use of our continuing education offerings, Gale courses, and Udemy during COVID from people who were trying to take that opportunity to upskill. We also graduated the most students we ever had from Career Online High School, 11 students during COVID. We added 48 hotspots for those who needed internet access, and we quickly saw the digital divide that is in our community. We are now seeing more and more remote workers using our facility to get work done and be out of the home. Some of that the trends associated with changes to work include the possible shift, and we're not seeing this just yet, of the social needs of people coming back to their community, so less at their workplaces. As the work and home have kind of combined, library's always been a third space in the arts for bringing the community together. And we're seeing the rising importance of that for community cohesion and just the mental health of people to have connections in their lives. We're also seeing the need for reskilling. Some jobs will not come back, or at least at the level they were. And we're seeing jobs that people can't get the people they need to reopen fully. We're also seeing a change in non-traditional education. So there's real disruptions in education. The possibility for more homeschooling, which is also something InventHQ and library both serve quite heavily. So we're interested to see if that continues. Career changes are becoming more frequent. The need for certification programs rather than four-year education is something that we are monitoring and trying to provide opportunities for. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there's the growth and context that is changing in Broomfield. There's two particular developments that we think have direct bearing on the need for and timing for library and arts in particular. We are already a draw in our current location, and we think our impact could be even greater as Town Square develops. There's a huge potential here for the arts. The auditorium will need some changes to the loading dock and backstage in order to function even at the capacity we are now. To fully use that space, we will need to make some changes. With Baseline, Palisades, and Anthem projects coming online, the north of Broomfield is booming. And we would like to support all of our new residents and young families and welcome them to Broomfield and provide service access to them. Next slide, please. Our long-range financial plan is projecting our growth at build-out to be at least 114,000. Which is more than you're seeing on the slide of 95,450 from the state demographer's office. I guess they haven't caught up with us yet. And then we're looking at some of the standards. So for library facilities alone, not library and arts combined, the Public Library Association recommends 1 square foot per person. The full recommendations in our facilities plan that include Arts Museum and CSU Extension would be a little, almost 138,000 square feet. Next slide, please. I'd like to give you a little regional comparison. So these are our neighboring libraries and the square footage per capita as of 2019. This visual representation shows how we stack up against our neighbors. Next slide, please. The opportunity to further develop 21st century library, arts, and history services in our community is immense. Our vision includes enhancing the placemaking elements we already contribute to. The key to the impact we want to provide is partnership development and space. Broomfield already has a rich nonprofit, business, and collaborative city structure that can be built upon to further community connections, bridging the divides that we see in our community, and welcoming new residents in. The opportunities to support creativity and culture are immense, especially in this current location, if we can fully utilize the auditorium and then have flex space to provide additional services for the arts. There's also the opportunity with partnerships to further family and youth development. We've already been in that realm, but there's a lot more that can be done there to really maximize the impact on the community by working more together with our community partners. One of the areas that I have a real passion for is lifelong learning and that connection to innovation and business. There's a lot of opportunities for libraries to be a key component in that kind of job workforce skill set. So there's entry points if we can really collaborate and further our connection to workforce and then also to economic vitality. I would like to explore that more. Next slide, please. So with the consultant proposal that I know that we shared with you all, the recommendation is for 4 facilities that are combining these 5 centers that we just talked about, spread geographically in our community and co-located with things that we think would bring benefit. Next slide, please. So we have 2 potentials that we see for the current facility of the library and auditorium. One would be a renovation and the other would be a rebuild. A renovation would look like an additional amount of square footage, so it would equal about 50 to 65,000 square foot with the expansion that we would recommend. And depending on if you'd want to do, and we'll cover this more later, a living building versus zero energy, that's your range in costs there between 43 to 53 million. We would love for it to align the construction timeline with the town square development for efficiency and cost saving measures, and also because we think we are a key draw that will help make that successful in the early stages especially. Next slide, please. So what that could look like, and again, these are early stages, so the size and shape is a suggestion rather than a plan. But to give you an idea, the auditorium is what's especially needed, and that would be about 6,500 square feet. And with the plan of the town square abutting it, it would actually be flipping the auditorium so that the backstage access would be towards the street, and the front, we could have a beautiful front opening onto the lake where all the foot traffic would be, as well as an entry from the front. This would also allow us to expand the library space with outdoor, flexible indoor, outdoor programming space. It would allow us to bring Invent HQ and the archives and local history area out of Sixth Garden Center, which means that that could be repurposed for the needs of the community. There would be more study room, meeting space, flex space to handle how we're seeing the community change and interact with our current facilities. Next slide, please. Now, the other option would be to actually do new construction. So it would be, a tear down and rebuild. What you get with this is more efficient operation, more dedicated art spaces possible, just because of the way we can have more flexibility on that north end than we do on the south. Again, the desire to align with the town's center, it would be the same there. It would also allow us to build a beautiful building that is better suited to the uses that we are now seeing. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit of the differences of what you would see. The opportunity to actually have a black box type theater or rehearsal space with the ability for indoor outdoor options so that the stage can function both ways and be used either way. New back of house design, new entrance and lobby, classrooms, rehearsal space, a gallery space that's actually for that and open to the public. And for the library, because of the way that the space would be, it would be a little bit easier for number of access points or desks that have to be staffed. So there'd be efficiencies there, flexible programming space, so walls that move and you can change configuration. Invent HQ home again, and increase space actually in both these planned for CSU extension to expand as well. All right, next slide. The next opportunity is a North Branch. Based on population projections and the young family demographics, it is recommended that we build a full-service library up north that would include community space with flex space for arts and other city services to also be offered up north. You see here a recommendation of 25,000 to 30,000 square feet and about 22 to 37 million in costs. Ideally, this would align the construction with the population growth that's already there. So we would like to be starting this soon, like 2023. I'll show you an option later for a phase 1 and phase 2 for that. So we could start smaller and then build larger for that one. Next slide, please. Then to further the hope for kind of focus on lifelong learning and small business would be to, as some of you may be aware of college libraries that have turned themselves into learning commons instead. This would be a similar concept where there would be space for business incubation, classrooms for certification programs, childcare on site for both the incubation side and for the lifelong learning side. And one of the other trends that we've seen obviously in this recession is how many women left the workforce. So this would be a unique way to look at some opportunities for having dedicated small business entrepreneurship specifically for women and everybody else too. Next slide, please. And then the other is a humanities center on the same complex as the depot. This would be about a 30,000 square foot building. And the costs here look really high. It's because they're escalated to 2038. Because that proposed timeline would not be until build out or whenever we can. The idea here would be the permanent home for profile collections and archives, indoor and outdoor programming and classroom space, flexible exhibit space, artist in residence programs, and more meeting space on that side of Broomfield. Next slide, please. So what I just showed you is the Cadillac. You know, this is the recommendation for our consultants who have worked with libraries all across the country. And I would love if we can go that route, just knowing what our community has in front of it right now. It's staff recommendation that we could bring the vision of those services into 2 locations rather than 4. With the option that if we just come into all kinds of money somewhere down the line, I would love to add that humanities expansion near the depot. So the change with this one is it would still be either the renovation or new construction, as I already outlined. I think that amount of square footage will serve this part of the community well. What I would add, next slide, please. What I would add if we go this route is that we plan for at the North Branch a phase 1 and a phase 2. With the phase 1, I would like to still see 30,000 square feet there because I think that's what we need for the current amount of people we have up there to give full library services. And then the flex space is still for arts and history programming and all the other stuff I talked about earlier. The phase 2 would allow us to bring some of those additional collaborations with workforce and economic vitality and our chamber to have a Center for Innovation and Business added. And that would allow extension, CSU extension and global. We have a lot more opportunities now and possibilities to move into some certification programs offered in Broomfield through those channels. So let's talk about estimated costs. Next slide, please. So looking at these two options, the main library at Broomfield Town Square would be a 34,504 square foot renovation. So we would make some usability changes, specifically to the auditorium, but also to the library, and a 29,300 square foot addition. So you see here the zero energy building and living building option. Zero energy building is as it sounds. You are creating as much energy as you are using for operations. The living building actually takes into account construction and operations of a building and will generate more energy than it takes to build and operate. I would love to have a city building be the first living building built in Broomfield that could be used as an example of what we hope for with our sustainability plan. The new construction option would be a rebuild and about 62,800 square feet. And you see there that zero energy is 59 to 64, living building is 62 to 71. Again, these are early estimates. It totally depends on what we put into it and what level of building you all want to go with. But this is good idea of benchmarks from a local company that works with ArchNexus. So for that north branch, the phase one would be 30,000 square feet, hopefully in 2024. And then a phase two that could wait until 2032 or build out or whenever we are able. Next slide, please. And here's just a visual representation of that proposed timeline. As you see, if we did this in this timeline, we have to begin work soon because the amount of community engagement and the amount of time to do all the plans like we've just done with BCC take a fair amount of time. Obviously, this is just a proposal because even now I look at it and say, wow, that's super ambitious. All right, next slide, please. So what I would really love from you all is your direction on deciding the scope and scale of library and cultural affairs facilities, prioritization order and timing. And then if moving forward is recommended, we would get started on the community engagement through all of our city channels, as well as specifically with our employees and our boards and commissions. We also would have to secure financing, figure that piece out, and CIP management with all the other projects going on, the resources there as well. And then at that point, that's when we would engage in architect and begin design work. So that is what I have for you tonight. And I'm here for any questions you have. And we also have Jeff Davis with ArchNexus and Margaret Sullivan with Margaret Sullivan Studio here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lineup, for that comprehensive overview. Very good stuff. So now we'll move to council member questions, and I see council member Tessier.
Catherine, I remember you having these conversations. What can a library be that's just beyond, like, and how do we meet our community's needs? This was like, I think in 2015. And to see this plan being brought forward and all the work that you and your team have done to meet the needs of the community, bravo, thank you. So Can you talk to me a little bit about the functionality of the buildings between either like a tear down and a rebuild or an addition, like over the lifespan of a building, the functionality, I guess I'm trying to word my question in a neutral way, and so talk to me about if you would just, does it pay for itself in the long run? How much, like, what's the expense if you look at the life of the building? Right, in both scenarios? That's my question. Thanks for bearing with me.
I'm gonna have Jeff come up here and give you an answer for that, and then any follow-up too from Andrew.
Staff will answer after Jeff goes, because that's always the fun, exciting part. And then our part is to bring everybody back down to the ground floor of cost. But we'll go ahead and let Jeff go.
Yeah, so on the difference between the costs, you'll notice that there is a slight reduction in square footage on the new build than the existing, because if we were to use the existing building, it doesn't allow for as many efficiencies.
Right.
So there is a slight reduction in cost, you would say, versus another new building, but the efficiencies of the existing building are such that you would need to really tear out a lot of and really redo the inside of the existing building. And so back to your question of would it pay for itself? I think it would pay for itself in the way that it would integrate itself. And I'm talking about a new building, the way that it would integrate itself better with the new town center, and the way that it would be efficient in not only bringing people to the town center as an anchor in the town center, but it would also create a way in which the library and the art side, all of LCA would be able to better serve the community. So I think it would pay for itself, but it's in a variety of different ways. It's not just a straightforward return on investment calculation.
Right, thank you for that.
Human glue.
Dark clouds.
I think one of the, again, as we look at Broomfield Town Square specifically, having the development and expansion of the library is something that we have been working a lot with Broomfield Town Square folks. The thought of taking down that gorgeous, high-functioning building would be tough to swallow. So from a financial perspective, the library will never pay its own way. Similar to the Bay doesn't pay its own way, similar to the BCC nor PDRC. They are not revenue neutral. They're what we consider to be amenities in the community. So again, the tangible result of the library, whether it be an expansion or whatever direction council wants to go, there is, in economic vitality terms, the halo effect, which is that residual. So when people come there for a particular reason, having that spot to then mingle, you can attribute some of those dollars being because of the library. It's hard to really quantify what that looks like, Councilmember Tessier, other than from the amenities in the community.
Okay, what was going on in my mind was when Emerald Elementary was rebuilt, I mean, it was cheaper I mean, in the long run, it was much more cost effective to tear it down and build new because of the work that needed to be done in the building. It doesn't sound like this is necessarily.
It is not from a CIP perspective. I'm flailing over here, but we have like these spider webs or something that's happening on the scan as they're going on, but So in the CIP plan right now, we don't have any money projected for the North Library. And the funds that we do have for the library have been pushed to 2028. So it's like anything else. Those priorities from council and the level of investment, something that we'll continue to have to talk about. It would be an additional bonding project. And as council knows, we've been having those conversations. We're having additional conversations in August, and additional conversations in September, finalizing the refinancing of the existing bonds, culminating in October. All of those conversations feed into capacity. Windy Gap is separate. I just want to be really clear about that. So the Windy Gap debt is separate. The funds are different, the infrastructure is different. And the pot with which we pay for the Windy Gap debt is different than any of our other facilities debt. So really understanding that capacity. I have to also say that the First Bank Center, that's the conversation that you all are going to be hearing, and that really is an amenity. So we are changing from a money-making endeavor to an amenity that this council will have to determine to what extent. So the reason I bring that up, Councilmember Tessie, is that, again, not looking at any one project anymore, right? We really need to take a comprehensive view, similar to what we're doing with the library in Broomfield Town Square. So it did create, when the plans and the layout, some modifications to what the Broomfield Town Square layout looked like. And again, we're bringing that package to council on August 31st with some of those costs as well.
Thank you. I have two more questions, if I have time. So with this building and the north, are any of the developers, is this part of the STEM school, the library that would be involved with McWitty's build up north, and would, the developer who's building the town square, would they be able to contribute to this?
Both great questions. The baseline project in the STEM school, which really, that's why it is categorized as a P3 public-private partnership. So the STEM school originally was the first floor was for those council members that have been to MindSpark. Half was going to be a MindSpark community facility, nonprofits, community gathering, and then the other half. So we're only 30,000 square foot total for that first floor. Half would be the library, but a very different design library. I'm looking over at Catherine because she'll fill in these gaps, but so it's not the stereotypical library that you see here, right? So it really would be parking is not something that is going to be a stereotypical footprint up in Baseline near the STEM school. So again, from a community perspective, my guess is, and I'm sure Catherine has heard this as well, the community would like something that we have here, which is a full service, full programmed library. So the answer is yes. And it will look different, and there will be some additional restrictions because again, we're building Baseline for walkability, bikeability, transferability. As far as Broomfield Town Square and the developer participating financially in the library, that is not something that has been, well, it's been discussed. I mean, it never hurts to ask. But from their answer, that project is again, the focus is not on the library, but they're willing to work around possible extension to the library because it's complementary of what that overall look is. So again, they're not a standalone.
We'll go there. Okay, next is Councilmember Groom, then Shao.
Thank you. I was just trying to look up how old was Emerald School, but I'm afraid since I am an Emerald Dragon, that might date me. So I stopped. Anyway, I do agree. I think Emerald School, it was time for that to be torn down and built. But my question is when was the library built? Do we know what year? How old is it?
Councilmember Groom, ask your next question. We'll have the answer.
Okay, perfect. Then I'll go to just really more of a statement where, you know, growing up and seeing Broomfield buildings like the BCC and the high school and Emerald be pieced together over the years, it really doesn't work. It really outdates each section. However, one of the major reasons why all these types of facilities are added to instead of torn down and remodeled is because there's no way to replace that service for multiple years. So in the case that it would be a tear down, how would we be providing library service? If I could, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that is something that we would want to plan for when we actually, and it's something that we've talked about with the consultants. There would be the possibility to do that in stages, much like we did with the BCC, where we're keeping the different pieces open. But there would be some period of time in there, particularly for the auditorium, where it would need to be closed down. So
Sure.
there's not seamless unless you went with the North Branch first, and we had the opportunity to transfer the services up there while we took this down. And if we did a total rebuild, that would be something I think we would want to look at.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the concept of what we went with when we waited for Paul Durda to open up before we even considered a tear down of BCC. At least I think back in the day, that was the concept before we tore it down, because that building was added to several times. So anyway, then I just wanted to say in regards to you know, the amenities, I don't know if we could pull the screen back up, but the chart that showed Broomfield's per capita, you know, we were clear on the right with the lowest. Have you ever kind of added to that bar chart? So I would love to see this slide with our current 0.37, and then our library, our current library's expansion of what that would get us to, and then a phase 1 north and a phase 2 north, or, you know, that, where does that all get us? If we start adding that, will we get to at least 1 if we spend the money and get there, or are we still going to be substantially behind?
That's a good question, and I didn't do it at each of those levels, but if we went with the full recommendation of staff with the part A and part B, or phase 1 and 2 up north,
Sure.
that would get us to 0.97, so really close.
Okay.
That is including arts and museum facilities as well, but it would get us close. And then with the full consultant, all 4 facilities, that would put us at 1.18.
That's the lifelong learning and humanities,
Right.
those other 2, and
Right.
I'm sorry, 1.18.
Correct. And if you look at the average, if you wanted to do an average of our competitors, not competitors, I'm sorry, what a horrible thing to say. I am not competitive at all. The average ratio for all of us together is 0.89. And for us to reach that ratio at build out, we would want 102,000 square feet. Our current facility with the auditorium included is 34,500.
Okay,
So not just looking at the library portion.
okay,
And we're really seeing the opportunity for spaces that are flexible, that can change. All the newer library and arts facilities have that. So you can change seating, you can change room size, rather than having all the different types of rooms you need.
sure.
And sorry, going back a little bit to Sharon's point with the school, the hybrid of school public library can be done. It's a different type of library. What it won't do is serve all in our community equally. So it will do a good job of serving those students. It would do a good job with kind of the science portions of what we offer. But it's not a good mix with our unhoused folks that use the library frequently. It's not a good mix with people that don't have that need parking to easily access us. And sort of the frictions there between a wide open library that we have and espouse to versus schools need to be much more careful and close down. So I just wanted to add that going backwards.
Okay, and then, do you have any examples of what's called new wave facilities that we would be role modeling that might be in this area to go visit, that I could kind of get a better understanding of what you just described?
Yeah, so there's a couple. I think Anything does a good job with kind of more open community space. The downfalls of that sometimes are the sound that's created in kind of those more open floor plans, the noise levels. Some of the newer facilities that Douglas County has built. I'm particularly thinking of their one that's right across from the arts complex there. They kind of have a civic center there. That one has a lot of flexibility of space, so meeting rooms that can change sizes, the digital amenities that are there to be used but don't have to be. So that's kind of a newer library. What I'm talking about as far as the commons, I don't know of any in our area, but there are several examples that Margaret, I believe, put in the master plan document of kind of those co-working library learning commons kind of spaces.
Okay, thanks. And then let me just double check. Oh, on the living building, what is the added cost to something like that? Why is it 10 to possibly $15 million more for a living building? And does that accommodate us selling back energy?
That's a good question. Jeff, can you come up? Thank you.
So the reason for the additional cost on a living building, when you're looking, in the document, it compares the zero net energy building to a living building with the additional cost. A net zero building essentially is just producing the energy used, where a living building is taking into account all of the things in the environment. So instead of it just taking less from the environment, it's actually giving back to the environment. So it encompasses not just energy, but it also encompasses water. It would capture its own water and also dispose of its own water and sewage according to those certification principles. And then it would also use materials. So there are a lot of materials that are still used in construction that have known chemicals that harm us, like formaldehyde and lead and other things that are still in, and it would require that all of the building's materials did not incorporate any of those types of materials in it. And then there are a variety of other things that helps it give back to the community and its design. But those are the main things that accommodate for that cost. And those costs are coming down as the market changes. You're probably familiar with LEED. LEED, a LEED building. So back when LEED started, a lot of people thought, well, how will they ever do a LEED platinum building? And now there are thousands of LEED platinum buildings. A living building is at that time what a LEED building would be. And you would get LEED platinum just by doing the living building as a byproduct.
Perfect. And then if we put the slide back up, the last slide, I'll rattle off my opinion. If we have the age of the building. Yeah.
And this is gonna age me as well, because I remember when the library was in community development. It was in 2001. It was one of the structures when we became a city and county.
Okay. So here is what I would recommend we doing, because I do think that we need to focus on our library and cultural facilities as quickly as possible in Broomfield. I don't like us, maybe it's the competition in me also, but I don't like to see us on that side of the slide at all. But with the building, in my opinion, as new as 2001, I don't think that we should consider a tear down, especially since there is a lot of complications. We don't have any other way to provide the service to our residents. And so moving forward with existing building with expansions, and then phase one up north, I think is essential to get phase one with the ability to expand phase two. And that's how I would handle those. And then with the lifelong learning, I would really like to see one or two major corporations in Broomfield, see if we could step up and have, the XYZ building. I think that there is a lot of benefits that we could have in Broomfield in providing workforce, trainable workforce. And we're going to have a workforce that is not going to have the 4-year degree, that we could really capitalize on working with our major corporations. We do have a hub of corporate America, world headquarters here in Broomfield. And I think reaching out and using our business development to do a private relationship with someone to build that facility for us, I think would be a great opportunity for them to give back. And then with the humanities building, maybe even looking at private donors. We have a lot of families I'm sorry, I thought my phone just buzzed, in Broomfield that could capitalize on their legacy in Broomfield and possibly look at building a facility. So right now, I would say let's focus on expanding those facilities and look at private partnerships for the other two. I think I hit on everything. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Strack.
Thank you, Mayor. So I always want to look at what I'm giving up before I decide on something. So the consultants recommended 4 facilities throughout Broomfield. One of the things that wasn't attached to that was the cost of those four buildings. I don't know if that was something the consultants included there, but also kind of if and I'd like to hear from the consultants on this, is what do we miss out on by going with the staff recommendation versus the consultant recommendation?
Either one of you.
So maybe I'll just start out with a clarifying question. When you say staff versus consultant, are we talking about the new versus the renovation primarily?
No, just even one step back. That would be the 4 facilities that were kind of spread through versus the 2 facilities of expansion or reconstruction and northern library location.
Yeah. So So just to make sure I understand, the staff recommendation is based on having just the two facilities and with the possibility of doing a larger facility up north. Is that correct? Okay. So the recommendation for the 4 facilities, I think there's 2 pieces to that. One is the arts piece that would be later on, which would be the building over at the Depot Museum. That is something that a community of this size, when it gets built out, would merit having that kind of an arts facility within its boundaries. And so that was part of that recommendation. Along with that recommendation would be to, if you wanted to go along the lines of doing such a interpretive arts building, there are additional studies to identify exactly what you would want in that and what would be best for the community. And I think that is one piece of the 4 building expansion. The other piece is this, the 14,000 square foot library that would go kind of in between the main library and the North Library. It's a community that's already has it already has been built out, and it already has a lot of that population that is there. And to put a smaller branch in between allows greater access to those communities rather than having 2 larger branches. And then it also allows for that one to have a little bit better of a relationship with some of the existing community functions that are already going on there, such as the community center, the recreation center that's there. And it provides a better distributed access point for the population to be able to get there.
Jake, can you actually bring up the slide for Crossroad Learning Commons and then the Humanities Center one? They do have those costs on the slide. So the lifelong learning one is the 18 to 23 million escalated to 2029, and then the humanities one is the 59 to 83 if you're escalated to 2038.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's humbling, and I feel so I'm blessed with gratitude to be here with you all, because we've been working with you all for 1.5 years through one of the toughest years of any of our lives. What an amazing community you have. As we began the process, we really defined LCA as a set of community assets of amazing skills and talents of the staff, the partners, and then the resources that are the facilities. And so we really set up this distributed definition that at any point in time that a community member has a touch point with the amazing staff, the amazing partners, and the amazing programs, you have a wonderful experience. And so the methodology that we used was how much of that great stuff do we galvanize at the places in the community. To answer your question, we did do one study around a highly distributed network of people, places, and programs and partners. And as we looked at what the assets are of the LCA that generated those centers, it was really that special sauce that makes the Broomfield assets so unique, which is why I think the question, what is around us that's like what Catherine's been describing? There's nothing, because no one else in this community has those, the arts, the CSU extension, the family learning, the Invent HQ. So by bringing those assets together and synergizing those collectively, that's what's going to really make Broomfield's LCA the destination and a demonstration. So I think that's what generated those recommendations for the sizes and shapes and locations to be the 2 anchors. Let's get those working like, amazing machines, and then start filling in the locations that the trail also has a great opportunity to activate experiences in a more nimble, flexible way over the next 20 years.
Was that? I think that describes it.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think that, there's a lot to like in those 4 facilities. That arts and culture are near and dear to my heart, and looking at this one would be a great place and a great thing for our community. So it's hard to overlook that. I think kind of moving on to the staff recommendation, comparing the conversations that we had around the Broomfield Community Center and regarding the renovation versus new construction, there was conversations regarding the costs, and it was comparable. It was basically the same amount to renovate it versus tear it down and rebuild a new Broomfield Community Center. It does not look like these are going to be comparable to renovate versus a new construction. And I don't think the life of the building is hanging on by duct tape and in some other places, not duct tape and just has holes in it, like BCC did. So it's a much better build and newer building. So I'm inclined to, move in the direction of a renovation of the current Mary Dowd Eisenhower Library. How would the timing work with the renovation of the main library with the Broomfield Town Square and the new construction of the Northern Library? And just to put, you kind of explained how that would look in terms of we kind of have a timeline already for the Broomfield Town Square. We kind of have an idea of the baseline, but I was surprised to see, and this kind of more specifically, I was surprised to see in the staff presentation that phase 1 of the Northern Library could be potentially in 2024. And how does that jive with the baseline development timeline?
That's a really good question, and I'll be honest, I've been going back and forth in my head about which comes first. I think the feeling that if we wait until that lake is built up around us, the difficulties with how close it is to where you need the cranes comes into play, as well as not wanting to be in construction after they're trying to open and bring people in. So that's the compelling piece for us there. And really the compelling piece there for me is we've got to make that auditorium as user-friendly as possible for our groups and open, because capitalizing on that destination place and finally having the ability to go to dinner and a show and have multiple shows. So you have an early show and then people can go to dinner, or the late show, and to be able to use that amenity to its fullest. And so that has been a rub for a while. We've had in the CIP, actually would have been for this year, to work on the backstage. But it felt like, again, if we're gonna do that, we should do it together and not piecemeal another build on there. So that's part of the piece for the timing there. So it's dependent on what happens with Town Center to where we could push that. So those recommendations were based on the information I have of when those elements are happening. As far as up north, there's a couple pieces there. If we do move into if the STEM school possibility is something that is going to be possible, that could change the timeline to some extent, because we at least have some abilities to offer services. The compelling piece for me, I keep driving up there. There are so many people up there that we are not serving well. When it was just Anthem, it was already a concern. It was what prompted us to come to you 2007. And we had a couple different possibilities, even with open storefronts, on 144th to try to serve. But now with all of the Palisade Park and Hearthstone and, even before North Park comes online, I think it feels like we are not serving our community well to not try to address that as soon as possible. So those services don't happen after the population, but while that population is growing. So again, though, it comes down to what we can figure out for financing, and timing is everything. So that recommendation from you all of what's the priority here, and recommending for us how we can prioritize that against everything else that you've had brought in front of you this year. There's always hard decisions, so.
So let me ask a clarifying question. So if phase one is happening in 2024, we haven't even seen the development where the library, STEM school, all of that would necessarily go. So how are we supposed to get a library in 2024 out there without even a concept at this point for where that would go?
Yes, sorry, I did not cover that. So one of the possibilities would be to not actually be in North Park itself, but instead to the potential for using the south end of the professor's property might be a possibility we look at, that would still serve that north end of Broomfield and Baseline when it comes online, but not necessarily to be in the crowded environment of Baseline, where again, the parking and the usage by families gets a little bit harder in that super urban environment. Well, for us, super urban.
Okay, so the idea would be to, if phase one would happen, it would be outside of Baseline.
That would be the likelihood, but that would be part of the process, is to look at where we can even locate something and what those costs are. And so that would determine it. Is there anything else that you would like to add, Jennifer?
Can I ask one more question before you?
Yes,
answer,
please.
Just to make sure this gets answered as well. What would that timing look if we were to wait for the library within Baseline?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, we're asking the same question, Councilmember Schaaf. Part of the difficulty is when we are relying on multiple other partners to make that work. So the STEM school still has to go out for a bond for that, for the additional funds. That's going to be a challenge. Butterfly Pavilion continues to do their fundraising. COVID put a hard stop on that piece, and the interdependency of each one, Councilmember Schaaf. Again, that's one of the beauties of an integrated model, is in the end, you have the residual impacts and a greater ripple rather than doing it individually. That's the best thing of doing that. The worst thing about doing that is each one is dependent upon the other one pulling the trigger. So at this point, I would not foresee or anticipate anything shovel ready by 2024.
You're saying in Baseline, anything shovel ready by 2024. Are you saying
With
the
the-
libraries up north shovel ready by 2024?
Combining Baseline with the library. So if anything interdependent with the STEM school, a standalone library, to Catherine's point, would have to, again, identifying the location, identifying all the infrastructure. Part of what makes it expensive up north is the infrastructure and the accessibility, transportation, the routes, the roads. So again, it's one of the reasons that we were really hoping to capitalize on the baseline development is all of those really expensive things would already be there. Rather than having to assume all of the costs, not just for the land and the building and any of the vertical development, but also the infrastructure to support it.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Lineup, you know, philosophically, I mean, you've kind of said some things, maybe a negative of the library being in baseline. I mean, is that an ideal location for a library as in baseline where it's been planned at this point? Or is there a desire to move away from that idea of having a library in baseline?
So, I think philosophically it's a little bit more difficult to do a combined library with a school. So that's the piece that I'm feeling the rub with a little bit rather than in baseline altogether. There's exciting parts about the possibility of being co-located with a school. There's some opportunities there that we could capitalize on. So I by no means am saying that's not a good idea. The way we're seeing people use our current facility is coloring that perspective a little bit, but the whole baseline ecosystem means that for that piece of the community, there is going to be walkability, bikeability, and so we would get used if we are there. What might be a little bit more difficulty is the surrounding communities, so Broadlands all the way up, accessing that location. Certain segments are still going to drive down here for ease of use, I think. So it really depends on, we would design a different library if it's in baseline, and an even more different one if it's actually co-located with the STEM school. So it would just look different. It wouldn't maybe be able to have that full service amenity and those that we could have if we were a standalone facility or a co-located city facility, which is also a possibility.
Okay, thank you. I have many more questions, so Mayor, please cut me off when I've reached my time. Maybe I already have at this point. But I have 1 minute. Well, I'll ask this question at this point then. So have we made any commitments thus far for building a library in baseline, whether in connection with MindSpark or with the STEM school?
I'm not being coy about the answer, Councilmember Schaaf. I think because the conversations have been happening for 8 years, so there's a difference between kind of the legal commitment, the partnership commitment, and a financial commitment. So for the STEM school, overall, our commitment was for 10 million. Which was 1 million per year once the funding from the private partnerships was secured. So essentially it was when you do any kind of fundraising, when you can show a P3, which is a public-private partnership, you're more inclined and more apt to get partners, particularly from the business community, which is what the STEM school, the only vertical school in the nation is what's being proposed. So it's a commitment. It's not a fiduciary commitment, but nonetheless a partnership commitment that we have indicated. Once that is moving forward, that would be Broomfield's commitment.
Okay, so something for me to marinate on is the possibility of building a library that's built for the use of a lot of users up there in the north, perhaps at the southern part of the professor's property, and then building something that is fit for baseline development that is attached to that STEM school. And so having both of those options up for it.
Yes, and that's an excellent point. And so again, that's part of, if we look at a package, from a service delivery, from a resident access perspective, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing. So if again, based on the unknown question mark of the STEM school moving forward and our presence on the first floor, combined with, the reason it gets difficult, Councilmember Schaaf, is from a square footage perspective, if we're including what the access and opportunities are from the STEM school library, that would then, based on that, it would reduce possibly the footprint of a standalone library that we would, but then what happens if the STEM school doesn't go forward and we have secured bonding or funding for a smaller footprint? So that's kind of the, you know, again, you want it to be an added value scenario and not a banking on that number or that square footage in order to make it work, just in case a portion of it doesn't.
Okay, that's all I have. I'll marry it over
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Catherine, for the presentation and bringing these Cadillac ideas to us. I'm definitely excited by what you proposed and want to support it in some iteration. And just to address some of the issues that have been brought up here, I'm pretty torn between the tear down or the renovation of the current library. Personally, I don't think that the BCC would be the same if we had just done a renovation to that. So that sort of leads me to thinking that if we really want to do this, you know, and have a building that we'll be proud of for 20, 30 years, you know, the tear down makes sense. But when I heard that the current library is only 20 years old, it sort of changes the calculus of it. And I do know that I've heard from friends that are in the arts that the audio does have great acoustics as it is. So maybe it's not something you want to mess with. So I don't know. I'm torn on that one. I think I would still lean a little bit towards the tear down, but I can see why the renovation would make sense. Either way, I do like the idea that she proposed of the living building and sort of being the first model of that in Brookfield and maybe beyond. So I would be a big supporter of that idea. And I love some stuff that Devin brought up about that third building over by the depot. And but ultimately, I think the question that I have is that you sort of touched on it a little bit is, well, what can we afford? So it comes down to me really, with anything, I'd love to do the best of all of these and do everything that was proposed. But what I want to know is what can we afford? And then I thought you were going to touch on this, and you really didn't. But I thought Devin was going here. What is the opportunity cost? What are we giving up if we go full bore on the library? What are some other projects out there that may not happen or may be delayed? And for me, that's where the ultimate decision comes down to.
Thank you, Councilmember Jezierski. So again, that is what it always comes down to. So it's the capacity, which is why these conversations about the debt that we have right now, because again, we're all in agreement that there is no Broomfield money tree, that we are uncertain of what our economic status is going to be for the next 2 to 5 years. We do know that taking a fiscally conservative approach, combined with, so if you take a fiscally conservative approach and you do not combine that with a comprehensive long-term approach, then it just stands on its own. So the conversations that we are preparing to have with regard to the bond debt, so just because we can afford it, should we? Well, all of the indications are, Councilmember Jezierski, that we will be able to afford upwards of about 75 million additional bond capacity dollars. The question then comes to your second piece, which is the prioritization. We're going through a similar activity right now with the COVID dollars. Right, we get the first chunk in, and it all comes down to what those priorities look like. So we will have a better sense from a bond perspective by the end of September. You all will make some decisions in October about what ones to refinance. During this time period, we're going to be having conversations about those. So we made 2 refinance, one on the First Bank Center and one on Flatirons in 2012, that we will now be paying for the next 28 years. Those portions of those conversations have to come into play because it impacts our priorities as we move forward. So again, the simple piece is coming up with our capacity. That's not difficult. It's the prioritization piece from council. That is really the key through that equity lens. Kind of first and foremost. So we will have the information for you all to make not only do we have the capacity, should we do it, and what some of those other pressing CIP projects and operation looks like by the beginning of the third quarter. I'm sorry, fourth quarter. We're already in the third quarter. I can't even believe it's almost August.
So that's great, because I think what I was hearing is that we say we have the capacity, or I think that we are, we will have the capacity to build a Cadillac route if we want to, but right, what you are going to bring to us though is what are the other projects that we have out there, and are they more important than this project? And I'm not sure that they could be. I think we do need this, but I also don't know what else that we're contemplating over the next few years. So I think that's going to be an important piece of the puzzle in making this decision. And last thing I just wanted to touch on was what Devin brought up, what baseline or not baseline, I guess I'll put it. I've always anticipated that it would be a baseline, and I think it would sort of add to the vibrancy of the area. Not sure timing wise if it's would make sense to slow down that portion of the project until we know exactly what is happening with McWhinney and the STEM school, to make sure that we're able to either have some sort of location in baseline, and if not, then that would, as you mentioned, determine how much we can do outside of the area. So I would probably be more inclined to want to have something in the baseline area if possible.
Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski, did you have a preference on the renovate versus rebuild, or are you still?
Well, I'm kind of on the fence there. I think in a perfect world, I would love to start, and do a tear down. I think it would be a much better building that way, but it comes down to again capacity and money. So I think we need more information on that.
Fair point. Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Gosh, Catherine, this has just been so amazing. I have loved reading throughout, the whole facilities master plan, and just the amount of stakeholder input was pretty incredible, even thus far. So, and I haven't been on council for longer than, I guess, what, 1.5 years now. And I'm already blown away and just how much historical value has been brought to the table. I do want to thank you so much because our library services alongside our teachers really have pulled us through this pandemic. I will put that out there, as well as our nonprofits. And so these are places and that are highly generally underfunded and under, under capacity, right? So you have my heart, you have my backing. And when we needed masks, who did we go to? We went to our event HQ. And when we needed kids to learn from home, where did we go? We went to the library too, because we had 4 people at home and there's only so much capacity within our house, and we really needed to concentrate. And people moved mountains for us without even, knowing us as a city council member. Like they were just really willing to do that. And I know that you guys do that for every member of our community. And I just really want to point that out, You guys are the heartbeat, really, I feel, of Broomfield. And especially when we have so many different school districts trying to interplay here, and you guys are trying to, I'm sure, do your summer reading programs too, and trying to reach all those different kids, as well as adults who want to go to learn or have, you know, they need some sort of accessibility to the internet. When you talk about our unhoused, this is where they go. And so you are a lifeblood of Broomfield. I love the fact that we began that library in 2001, because I believe that's when we started to back away from storing a lot of different books, right? We started to use a lot more technology. Can you walk us through that? And did you guys feel like now your services are less of, maybe not less about storing books, but what does that process look like so far from 2001 till now? And what do you guys foresee in the future as we start to get even into like 3D technology, 3D printers, like what even HQ does? Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, that's an interesting point of view, and when you look at just the library field in general and the changes that we've asked staff to make from even 20 years ago, it is significant. Books are still important, access to information is important, but I think what we've always been and what we're really recognizing now is that we are a community hub. We are the place people come to access information, it's that equality piece that is missing. Yes, you can go to Amazon, you can pay for books if we're just talking about books, but not everybody can. And certainly when you have a super avid young reader, you don't want to. I mean, that's what the community good is about. That's what libraries are about, is that we are sharing our resources, we are sharing our information, we are sharing access. We are sitting shoulder to shoulder with someone else whose life experience is completely different to ours. And that community connection is rare. You don't get that anywhere else. You're either in an establishment where you're paying for services, or maybe you're in a group or you know, whether it's churches or whatever else, where you're already ascribing to similar things. The library is like this magical space, and the arts too, where we see people interact fully with an individual that is not in their normal circle. And I think that more than anything else right now is a service that this world needs. So that's like the untangible, right, of libraries and art services, is you are building community vitality in a way that numbers can't give you. So that's really, we've changed in so many ways, but it's really still the same thing: access, and equal access to any member of the community, so that they have what they need to further their life, whatever that is. And that's where we are recognizing that. We're starting to train that way. We're learning how to facilitate partnerships, because that's what it's really about. We're not bringing those services. We are helping to connect the community to the services that are already here. That's why the partnerships are so important. Broomfield is super lucky. We have some amazing nonprofits, arts groups, and now it's about how do we leverage that? How do we leverage our fellow departments and bring that into a way that serves this community fully? So that's the real vision. I think we've always had. It's just a little bit wider now.
So it sounds like we're just bringing in more people to communicate with each other and see each other, you know, in one space, that we might bring something different to the table than the other person. But I love the fact that you are this equity piece across our entire county, which is important. I would really, I know we're talking about, you know, structurally, as far as like rebuilding versus modifying. Can we just flesh that out just a little bit more? What would rebuilding do exactly different than, you know, the restructuring. It's just, I need that a little bit more fleshed out.
Yeah, so to some of y'all's point, we aren't in the same situation as BCC. Our building is functional. There isn't huge, problems with the building, et cetera. And to the point, the auditorium really does have good acoustics. And for what our community needs, it's about the right size. The usability of the size we have is a real problem. So we can't bring equity actors or any groups that have equity actors in them. So any kind of bigger troops and more national or even regional groups, because we don't have the proper backstage, green rooms, storage. We also don't have the ability to have longer runs, which would be more efficient and give more money back to our artists, because we're not set up for them to be able to create all their sets and have like a 2-week run or whatever. Like that. So either the rebuild or the renovation does that. But if we, for the arts in particular, with the rebuild, you would get not just what we can fit in. Like, I think we can make it work with that rebuild option. It's just not the same level of efficiency that you would have with the remodel and with the rebuild that the renovation doesn't give you that same piece, and it also doesn't give you that presence and that integration with the visuals of the rest of the town square. We can put some different skin on it to make it fit in as well. On the library side, the building just has some inefficiencies and oddities, but I think with the extension, we can make that work, and with some remodel. Again, what you're not getting is some of that efficiency of co-location that you can get when you actually design for how you use the space. So I think with both of these options, we would be giving the community what they need. The staff efficiency would be a little bit less with the renovation. And maybe the beauty factor too, a little bit, although I do love the building, I do.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess I'm with Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski. I got a new name over here. You know, I'm a little bit on the fence with that, just because I wanted to see kind of like the actual efficiencies and the actual look of what it would look like. I do know that the facility right now isn't falling apart too, so it would be hard to come out of a COVID year, you know, justifying that for sure. But if we can make it happen and make it look like it fits, and then also really, if we're going to do this intentionally, just to make sure that we can fit what you're talking about in there. I want to make sure that that's for the capacity of what the vision is for Broomfield as far as the arts goes. And then a few of the council members took my questions about living building, generating energy, which is great. To go up to, you know, of course, I'm in Ward 5. I want to selfishly build up there actually quicker than y'all down here. But I do understand that the precedent's down here as well. I understand the need for functionality and partnership though, possibly with the schools. The thing I think about though, and I worry about being a former teacher, is that if we offer these things inside of a school, I worry about them not getting the funding from the state or, you know, from bonds. And I worry about, you know, them relying on, you know, what we can provide as far as the library goes. That's one thing that's concerning to me, because I hear that all the time, you know, with state funding, like, oh, you got marijuana for building, well, we're not going to actually give you the funding you actually need, right, for teachers and that sorts of things. So that's my main concern with that. I would love to see some sort of way, and I think you did show as to like what we can have at that facility up north, what we can provide that the schools can't. So, you know, I think that will be sort of in limbo, but I loved in 8th grade, we used to take field trips to the library, and and we walk through different places, like if we could walk through pollinator garden, and when I used to do like, dichotomous keys, and we would learn species, they could get outside and then use that library experience that could be separate, but also kind of interconnected. So, I would love to work in conjunction with the STEM school. I just also want to see some sort of placeholder for it to be sort of an autonomous place, to kind of stand alone, and also just attract, everything around it. I think it'll all come together, I think, but, that would be sort of my idea for that. Did I answer all these questions?
Yes, and your time has expired, Councilmember Henkel, so, all right, Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you. You mentioned in passing that the North Branch could use its flex space for other city services. And my mind was going towards the question, are we actually anticipating that we would have satellite offices of the city in the northern area in those flex spaces? Are you going to that extent or not?
I think that could be a possibility, in conversations with the other, department heads in the, social, what are we called? Social infrastructure pillar. It was more about programmatic pieces, so the ability, to have, a day and a schedule for, immunizations up there, or for having, a support group from mental health partners or community reach or that sort of thing, and programmatic space for them to have services up there, in rather than satellite offices. I think what we've learned partially through COVID is, for a lot of our staff, not all, library staff's been there, and will continue to be, it is that we can, that's less important than an access point to the community. So I think it could work in several different ways, as we grow, and as our services, we hope to provide the same level of service to our folks that are up north.
So the flex space would be used as temporarily by public health. Public health wouldn't have a satellite office in the.
Catherine, if I may, Councilmember Laird, that is the future, what you just described. So part of, we have to, forgive me, we're looking at election space. We're looking at PD. So again, the difference between want and needs, part of, back to Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski's point, part of the prioritization will be a PD facility up north for access and time. To Catherine's point, when COVID has the catalyst, we would have never gone virtual in any capacity. We would not have the mindset now and have new staff joining us that has the mindset of mobile. So it's even less about temporary and permanent, and it's more about this is what the world is going to look like. So from a standalone building, it's not going to be just a library. And Catherine really she and her staff underscore, and they are also phenomenally humble, which is the common denominator for all Broomfielders. But the library also served as our, workforce center, and continues to. Again, from the nexus, so we could call it a library, or that's part of the living center as well. So, Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski, one of our recommendations when we come back about the capacity perspective and additional bonding wouldn't be for a standalone facility. The owners would primarily be the library, but the services that would be provided, again, would be really
much more comprehensive service delivery model and not a brick and mortar model.
Okay, thank you. Following that connection to the workforce, so I am assigned to the workforce board, and so the need for these training certification programs for reskilling and upskilling. I mean, we talk about that constantly on the workforce board, and I know Suzanne is assigned to the workforce board too, so she hears that, and we appreciate. I hear all about how much the library is involved in the skills and training aspect as much as possible. So I'm a little, well, there's a couple thoughts. Is if that center isn't going to go up north until what, 10 years, that's a little concerning, because the need is now for retraining and upskilling in that. So that's one point, I think. And then the other concern, I think, is access. So certainly you can make it from the south to the north of Broomfield, but not easily at this point with transportation. So if we look at the demographics, I don't know, numbers, but you could perhaps think that workers in the south are going to need access to the upskilling and reskilling in a greater frequency than workers in the north who have a little more resources to do it on their own, or their company has the resources to provide that for them. So that's a little bit of my hesitation too, is where the proposal puts the workforce center kind of in the center. I'm thinking, yeah, that's maybe where it needs to be with the demographics and the access. But I understand the fact that it needs to be in one building for economic feasibility. So do you want to address that? I'm rambling there a little bit.
Yeah, that is a super good point. And to your point, I think what we will see this current facility, especially with a little bit more space dedicated to it, the potential there is, and our potential of working together hand in hand with workforce, which is why I love being part of a municipal library, is that codependence and collaboration. It's a good codependence. Is that I think we have a spectrum of services that I would like to see in Brookfield, and we have some of those pieces. So we have pieces from Fish. We've got pieces from the Workforce Center that are very specific. What we don't have is some of that intermediary pieces, and that's where I see the possibility for the library coming in and making those rungs of the ladder a little closer together, so that leap from no high school education to a coding job, that there's actual steps that you can take that could get you there if that's your aspiration. Right now, that level of leap is so hard that unless you have family members that can support you going back to school for a number of years, you can't do that. What my vision and hope for as a city and county, and to Jen's point, Jennifer's city manager Hoffman's point, with even that north facility and our current facility, I don't see it like this is library, this is arts, this is humanities. That ability to have those flex spaces where you can provide the programming that fits the community. So there's portions of that, that coding, that some of those continuing education pieces and sciences that do fit up north with that demographic, and that would be utilized there. Down here, it would be different pieces. So I think there's room to have those services be in both places. But again, I would love to see us have that continuum of services
So we're not duplicating, we're instead making those links to the other pieces, and leveraging the dollars that come from the state and from national with the flexibility and creativity that library and Invent HQ kind of services provide. So that synergy is creating something new. To Margaret's point, that secret sauce, that's my hope for Broomfield. We just need a little bit more space to bring in the community partners to help us do that.
Do I have time for one more question? Okay. My other question is about the sustainability aspect. So typically, there are difficulties in retrofitting buildings to get to this, even the point of zero energy besides the living building. So are we giving up anything, because we're retrofitting a building, we want to make it zero energy? How much of our expenditure is wasted, I guess, in that retrofitting versus starting from scratch and reconstruction?
So first of all, we don't take tearing a building down lightly, because the best sustainable practice is to recycle our buildings and not just, right? And so, but when you're taking an existing building, there are some inefficiencies in renovating it. But when it comes specifically to the sustainability pieces and the zero energy pieces, it actually pays for itself. And it depends on your specific power company and your power agreements. But we've found on several buildings that the return on investment for the zero energy piece actually doesn't detract from the cost. It actually, in the long run, will help the cost and lower the operating costs of the building in the long run. There are a few additional maybe upfront costs, but they're compensated for by that long term when it comes to the zero energy. When you move up to a living building, you're putting a little bit more in for more of your what you're looking for in the future, and it doesn't have as much of a return on investment as just the net zero piece. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I know we have some other questions for another round, but I have a question, Ms. Lino. So we have a municipal library, and it is more than a library because it has a cultural affairs component. Since we have the unique privilege of being a city and a county, what if we were to create a separate county library with a separate funding structure, which could be paid for with a voter-approved mill levy? Not a special district, not a library district, but a county library can have a separate mill levy to pay for that through property tax. Could we have both? Since we're both.
So
Just thought of it.
so we've talked about that. So there's a multitude of funding. Catherine can kind of, without going into too much detail, Mayor Castriota, but like anything else, there's benefits to having a library district, the greatest of which is autonomy. But the employees are paid for by the district, which that's what gives you the autonomy. Catherine, fill in a little bit more. So again, it's fresh for us
But
because
not a library district, a county library. So there's three different ways. There's a municipal library, which we are, a
Yep.
county library, which isn't a separate district, but it is funded through property tax and a voter approved mill levy, or the library district route, which I know has a lot more bureaucracy. So I'm talking about a county library in addition to the municipal library.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes, yes. We just talked about all three, actually,
Okay.
in depth today.
So we would, if we wanted to look at that route, we definitely want to do more study. I am not as versed as I would like to be in this. There are some examples where this has happened. For instance, in Las Vegas, you have the city library system, and then you have the county library system. It has different, and we're different because we're a city and county, so I don't know whether that could be leveraged or not. In those cases, those are two different governing bodies, I would not recommend that for an efficiency point to have two different systems. It can work. Seattle's the same. There's Seattle and King County. There tends to be, unless you've got two awesome directors, some rivalries that go on there, and some difficulties. Now, whether or not you could have a combo and have one director, I don't know. We would have to look into that. I do know that we already are using some mill levy for a library fund. So we already have access to some funding through that source. If we went to a district library, that would go up. And so that would be something that would have to go to voters if the district piece. But to your particular question, I would have to do more study on that to get you a more informed answer.
Well, my intent was not to stump you guys, but you made such a compelling case for the Cadillac. You really have, and why we should have all of these things. And of course, the biggest barrier is funding. So I'm just trying to think of other ways to generate revenue beyond the sales tax, beyond what we're currently using, so that we can provide all of this to our community. So just trying to think of funding, but you did a wonderful job of convincing me that we need them all.
And Mayor Castro, to your point, I mean, even if we weren't to change the structure, we could certainly go out to a vote of the people. All of the surrounding counties, quite frankly, that's how they pay for their community centers and their libraries and transportation, a lot of those other amenities, right? So whether it's through a mill levy increase or a property tax increase or a sales tax increase that is specifically designated to arts, culture, library. And for us, it would include workforce and a whole host of other accoutrements as well. So we could do that without even changing the structure.
Well, I like that idea. I mean, these are amenities and we are taking on debt a lot on other things. So just something to think about, a way to provide more revenue to fund the amenities.
How about during Catherine's follow-up when she tracks this additional and for future conversations, we will include to council some of the basic work that we've already done on what that would look like and how much that would generate and what that would cost the average taxpayer. And the difference between property tax increase, sales tax increase, and a mill levy increase.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, well, we'll go around. I know Councilmember Cassidy had some additional questions.
Well, I think you kind of hit on it because I was like, is there a way for a sunset tax? Maybe it's not like a continuing, but maybe we have a sunset. And then I was looking at the living building. Does it generate more energy that we could actually donate somehow?
So that is a possibility. There are buildings that are already generating more energy than they're using. There's also a thing that's connected to the living building that's called a living community, where instead of just looking at a building, you're looking at a community, which could be a campus or a neighborhood, and you're able to share resources within that. And even within the living building, there are provisions called scale jumping that allow you, if you can't meet a certain requirement, you could collect the rainwater off your neighbor's roof and use it to meet your requirement. So it's really about that. Most of the buildings that are producing more energy than they need, they're often getting credit or they're getting paid by their power companies. Like I said, it comes back to that power agreement, but a lot of them are getting, like I know one building in particular that they get a check at the end of the year for all the power that they've generated in addition to what they've used.
Yeah, I think that's super cool. And then if we were to go, let's say we were to go, like level the building and start over, like the materials that are used, the materials that are from the existing building, like we could probably donate or provide to be recycled or reused somehow and keep it out of the landfill.
Yes, and in fact, if you were to do a living building, you're limited to what you can put in a landfill.
Yeah.
The idea is that you wouldn't put any of it in the landfill. And so you could reuse a lot of those materials or find paths for them to be recycled. And it may be, so right now we're at that kind of 30,000 foot level where there's a lot of ideas that could be explored, right? So exploring ideas in more detail, like maybe it's a hybrid where maybe there's a certain portion of the structure that really can be, but until we get into those details, we don't know, but those are all possibilities of reusing materials and finding recyclable paths for those materials. Absolutely.
Cool, thanks. Thank you very much. And what great comments from my colleagues up here. I am like, this is so cool. I too, my daughter, like, we love the library. That is her go-to place. So lifesaver throughout this pandemic. I can't words do not even come close. And the community engagement. So I think for me, it does come down to funding, of course. And I think if we could leverage it in such a way where we are creating the funding as we're moving along or creating the opportunities, I would be more inclined to fit it to look at our growth rather than our past, I guess. So I'd be looking at more of a functionality to a building that's going to serve our future for an extended period of time, because I think in the long run, that is still more cost effective. With regard to community engagement, you guys do a phenomenal job. You're in touch with all of the right groups. I think that maybe possibly building, just more in maybe more opportunities for, so something that's coming up for me is like, who's signing up for the classes? Do we know what neighborhood they're coming from? For me, a lot of the people that I speak with, the classes fill up so fast, or they don't have like the hundreds of dollars or $50 to pay for the classes. And it seems like if you're not home pressing the button, right, for a good show, talk about special sauce, right? Like how would this opportunity would it have the opportunity to make sure there is equity in those who are taking the classes? And does that make sense?
I think there's a couple pieces there. I can't speak to the programs and where people are coming from, but I did run, since we are part of the FLC and have a shared catalog, I did run addresses for Broomfield residents that have cards elsewhere and that are using other libraries. And our north part of Broomfield is using us, but they are using
Lafayette, Louisville, and Erie, which is awesome. They're getting library services, that's great. But I would like us to be the primary go-to for our own community. In addition to that, we see a lot of influx from our neighbors, so we get a lot of Adams County, Westminster, even Denver, because of the amount of people that commute. So to your point, we can show, and I could show you what that map looks like of the clusters of our neighboring libraries that are providing services to our residents on our behalf. So that is one piece. To the point of just having enough, we're gonna, I think, always struggle with that. I think making it easier for people to sign up. We're going much more for our programs to not be registration, but be drop-in so that we can handle that. Just because it's hard. It's hard to sign up, and to your point, they are popular enough. So there are some we have to have caps, but we rework our way of thinking about programs to try to reduce the number of those, so that we can have drop-in and just make it fully accessible.
I'm just giving you a standing out in my, like, I really am. The way you have outreached the community and the partnerships and during this pandemic is just astounding. So, yeah, I'm more inclined to go for longer, spend a lot more, have a living building, use it for all the right reasons. And this is the culmination. And I think as we move forward, we're going to find ways to make it work even smarter for us. That's me now. Bring in more information and I might have a different answer, right? Because where I'm at, but I appreciate this conversation very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Tessier, if I may, so if we do any type of having the community through a vote, you can have 2 points. One, that the funds that you raise are very similar to a school district, right? Some are operating and some are CIP, some are capital improvement. And from again, totality of circumstances, if we were able, so we would still take the bond. We would still be bonding, but you have a revenue stream. And from that is how you get it's a continuous revenue stream, right? A dedicated revenue stream, if you will. So those that give us the bond know that they'll always have payment and exactly what the funds are for. So we know that the most successful initiatives are for that specifically, for those 2 items. So you have to separate those items. They can't be together. That said, again, from a community-wide effort and support, to your point about subsidizing those classes, oftentimes it's not just more classes, it's the cost of those classes through that equity lens. As we go down this path for further exploration, we would want to ensure that we build kind of that dual approach in, that it is the operating and the capital that allows us the capability to then really expand on what that access looks like. And to Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski's point, if you have a dedicated revenue stream, that is the priority, right? Because that priority then is not competing with your other operational dollars, nor your capital improvement dollars.
So it's like a P4, the people.
It is like a P4, yes.
We're going.
All right, Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So Ms. Lineup, you mentioned difficult and hard decisions. So I think that's, where I definitely sit with this. And I appreciate my council colleagues with their great questions and comments. It's helped me to add flavor to my marinating process over here. I got to thinking, in terms of the past decisions, and it's not lost on me that the seat I sit in used to be sat in by a council member, Sam Taylor, who, when the conversation came up about bonding, choosing to bond for both Dillon Road, 144th Avenue, and the Broomfield Community Center, he really spoke against it and voted no on that. And the rationale was if we bond 20 million for the BCC and 20 million for Dillon Road, we may not be able to have bonding capacity down the road when we need to expand the library. And that was specifically called out in his explanation why he voted no on that. So 4 years later, here we are having a conversation about needing to bond for library expansion. So, some of those past decisions do catch up to us. So I think that, with that, I think that we do have to have the conversation regarding the debt versus cash options for paying for this. If one thing that we saw with the BCC is that if we finance that, we could get the project done quicker, but also the interest rates were low, so it was an advantage. I don't know if we'll still be in that same place when we go to make this option, if interest rates will be low enough that it will make sense to finance that. But I think at this point, I'm inclined to support the renovation and the expansion of the Mary Galda Eisenhower Library rather than the tear down new construction. And I think that a big part of that is because of the increased cost with that new construction. And I want to ensure that there are other library locations. And I would like to see a library constructed in the north that offers that full library services. And that from the conversation that we've had so far, that probably has to exist outside of the baseline development at this time in order to really offer what needs to happen up there in the north. And so, if possible, completing both of those phases at once, as opposed to phasing that into two different parts, but really offering that full library services up there up north. But I also think that there's room to play as well with the baseline development and the STEM school and the MindSmart to offer some type of unique library experience there in baseline. Because I do think that is an opportunity that we can take advantage of and that we shouldn't ignore just because we're going to build a library outside of the baseline campus. But I think that with all of this, what gets left out, and it's not lost on me that the expansion of the arts and cultural affairs is what really gets left out. In my world, that's I've seen this happen before. So I do think that there are some long-term issues that are being addressed with the library expansion, the green rooms, the expanded backstage, and the storage spaces. Those are things that have been issues since the auditorium was built, and so these are really kind of backfilling some of those loud cries from the arts community of things that have needed to be put in. I do think that there, even with going with the renovation and expansion of the library up north, there's still this possibility and need for the Center for Cultural, I think it was called Center for Culture and Creativity. I think there's still room for that in the plan. I would like to not see that ignored and to actually capitalize on, whether there are future conversations or opportunities that come to us and present us ways in which to expand the opportunities for arts, culture, and creativity. And so I think that, the space that there is next to the Depot Museum isn't necessarily going to go away. We do not have the funds to construct something if we spend it all elsewhere, but that space still stays there. And there's other groups that have been talking about a center for, Broomfield Center for the Arts and some other ideas. And so I think that, those conversations can continue. But it's not lost on me that that's kind of the piece at which is left out of this plan. So hopefully we can continue to further those conversations and look for opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments before we take our break? Well, I guess in summary, we have no definitive path forward. There's mostly leaning on the renovate side. I think we got there's still a few on the fence. So maybe we need to have part two, city and county manager helping.
Yes, Mayor, allow us, so Catherine, before we go into any kind of community engagement, I don't think we're ready for the community engagement portion. That said, from a staff perspective, what I heard is a couple of things. One, we do, from a staff perspective and a council perspective, need to be able to come back to you and have those two additional conversations with regards to the bond, the bonding, what's out there, what's not. Again, the difference between capacity and assuring and having a sense from a council perspective that there is capacity in order to do that. From a prioritization perspective, so again, it's really a three-pronged, right? So it's the financial piece of understanding where we are and what's going to happen next, short-term and long-term. The capacity perspective, the prioritization for staff to provide to council, what is on the, what's on the short term, right? So we're having our budget meetings that are just now starting. So from a CIP perspective, what is the litany? And I think we have 420 projects that are on there. However, when we continue to see those projects, there's a difference between a parking lot of projects and projects that continue, that we push every single year, and now we're into 2040. So again, a more lasered focus on what is it that we need to accomplish, how do we accomplish it, and with which funds. The third piece really is exploring what that going to the voters for a prioritization perspective to say, even an additional survey. So staff is coming back with the citizen survey, which you all will be pretty happy about. I know that staff certainly was. But we can certainly do an additional outreach and survey that might be part, Catherine, of the community engagement piece, instead of what do you think about scrape off or refurbish? How important is to you on a scale of 1 to 10? And are you willing to have some skin in the game as we move forward with these programs? And then we can have an inventory of what those programs are. We can kind of gauge what that tolerance would be, because then that really will impact council's decision on if in fact it gets into the prioritization perspective and we bond and have general fund revenue dollars, or if we bond and have a dedicated revenue stream. So we'll explore all three of those avenues. And Catherine, let's talk about using that new, I don't want to say it because public, the new folks that we've been talking to that do much smaller surveys and kind of gauge what that looks like. Am I missing anything?
No, it sounds like a great plan forward.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Thank you all so much. We look forward to part 2. And we're going to take our 10-minute break now. It's 8:08, so we'll resume at 8:18. CLC. Welcome back. Our second study session item is a discussion on proposed gray water regulations. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor, and our newly appointed Director of Public Works, Kimberly Dahl, will introduce us to this subject, and she also has some of her staff here to help fill in any gaps and questions that council may have with regards to gray water. Kimberly.
Thank you, City Manager Allen. Good evening, council members and Mayor Castriata. We are here tonight to present to you a draft ordinance to allow the use of gray water within Broomfield. The current regulations by the state have set the program up to be an opt-in program for jurisdictions, and they also provide the requirements that must be met in order to have a gray use program. So the draft ordinance is exactly that, presented to you, meeting the regulations of what's called Regulation 86. And the reason that gray water is important to us is that water has been identified as a council priority, an ongoing council priority. And of our water use, we have a very intensive outdoor water use in our community. This is, I would say, approximately half of the water use of a single family home goes to outdoor use. So the more that we can utilize reused water, so whether that's reclaimed water, whether that's gray water, the more that we can reduce the demand on our potable water, the more efforts we are making towards conserving our overall community demand for water. So Erin Massner and Brendan Middleton have put in a lot of work, along with support with our legal staff, Christine here, and several other communities that we've spoke to, including Denver Water, Castle Rock, Pickens County, a lot of the other agencies that have these types of ordinances to create what this draft is. Erin will go through some of the details of what that is, and at this point, I would like to turn it over to her to present our presentation.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Mayor Pro Tem. It's great to be here tonight and to see your faces outside of a screen. It's kind of surreal, actually. But we're here tonight to talk about a proposed gray water ordinance for the City and County of Broomfield. I'm going to give an overview, but I do also want to give props to Brendan Middleton because he did most of the research on this, and he also recently got his PE. So congratulations to Brendan. All right, so we're going to go through a brief overview of Broomfield's water supply, the 2020 water efficiency plan, gray water categories, our proposed ordinance, and the next steps. Next slide, please. I know you've all seen this slide a few times, so I won't spend too much time here, but we do have a variety of water supply in the City and County of Broomfield. Our two main sources of potable water come from our Denver water contract, and that's a treated water supply. We also have water from Northern Water, and that includes both CBT water units and our Windy Gap water project units. And then another component that we have is our non-potable and raw water supply. And this is also commonly referred to as our reuse system supply, which is really important for Broomfield. It offsets about 20% of our potable water supply needs. And the main difference between what we're going to talk about tonight with gray water versus our reused water supply is just, the capacity of it. Regular reused water supply is your potable water coming into your house, getting used, and all your fixtures coming out, going into our sewer system, being treated, and then put back into our supply again for irrigation of parks, parkways, common spaces. So we'll go into the nuances of gray water in a second, but I kind of wanted to make that distinction up front. That they are different, but both major components of our water efficiency plan. So next slide, please. Kind of the impetus of this program and the ordinance we're bringing to you tonight is our water efficiency plan. The last plan was approved in January 2020, but we actually started work on that back in 2019. It included a lot of staff input, input from our residents. And we did also meet with the ACES committee before we brought it to council for approval and adoption in 2020. And our meeting with the ACES committee, during that conversation, they really supported gray water use. And they encouraged us to include that as one of our programs in the plan going forward. And it eventually became one of our water city council priorities. So that was the driver for us to bring that here tonight. And I did also just want to mention that it really is in line with our environmental stewardship goals within the comp plan. Next slide, please. So what is gray water? I gave a little preview earlier, but really it's the water we use within our house, typically within our bathroom and laundry systems, that we can recapture, reuse, and put to beneficial use within our own property. So it was a result of some legislation passed in 2013, and also the Water Quality Control Commission adopted Reg 86 in 2015. And as it is authorized in Colorado, it is an opt-in program, as Ms. Dahl mentioned. So for local jurisdictions, it does require a local control program. So that's why we're bringing this proposed ordinance here tonight. It is part of a would make it possible for it to be controlled locally by Broomfield. Gray water sources that we're looking at, including our, like I mentioned, bathroom and laundry sinks, bathtubs, showers, laundry machines. We do not include water from toilets, urinals, kitchen sinks, dishwashers, or non-laundry systems. That's a black water category. Next slide, please. All right, so there are 4 categories that we are looking to include in our proposed ordinance. The major categories are laundry to landscape systems and also whole house systems. So that is category A and B under laundry to landscape, and C and D under our whole house systems. And I'll go into the nuances between those categories over the next 2 slides, but really between most of those, it's single family versus multifamily. Okay. Next slide, please. So first we're going to talk a little bit about our laundry to landscape systems. For this sort of system, the source is the effluent from our bathrooms and laundry systems, kind of the same story throughout this whole presentation. But the use for it in laundry to landscape is for subsurface irrigation within the confines of your own property. That is really important, is that it does stay on your property. Key requirements are that it must be distributed and dispersed with subsurface irrigation or a mulch basin. It can be used for irrigation, agricultural irrigation. Ponding or runoff is prohibited to avoid contamination. Some key benefits of the laundry to landscape systems are, 1, it's relatively cheap. They're easy to install and maintain. And what we've learned from some of our community partners, that it's also the category that sees the most community engagement. People feel like they're really doing something proactively. They can control it in their own home and really feel more closely related to water efficiency. So it's a little more homegrown than some of the whole house systems. Some of the challenges are just that it doesn't provide the same amount of savings as you might see in a whole house system. The savings is limited, but people are more engaged. They start learning about water efficiency, and it is a good use of their water supply. People who have included programs like this in their community right now is Golden, Castle Rock, Denver, and Pitkin County. Next slide, please. Right now we'll talk about the whole house systems. Kind of the same supply, the source is the same. Laundry and our bathtub, showers, laundry machines. The difference here is there's 2 uses, the subsurface irrigation that we talked about previously, but also the use of indoor urinal and toilet flushing. So it can be used for that as well. The key requirements in this sort of system is that the larger category D systems, those do require a certified operator. Categories A, B, and C actually don't require a certified operator. Any resident could do that themselves. It also must comply with Reg 86 design requirements.
Broomfield Municipal Code and also the Colorado Plumbing Code. And we've been working pretty closely with our building department to work through those issues and see what can be coming down the pipeline and be prepared for that. The benefit is a lot higher water savings, up to 25%. Challenges that it is just more costly, and it might require some retrofits. So most of the time, we're going to see these whole house systems in newer developments. It's a little more difficult to retrofit an existing home, but not impossible. But where we're seeing these are in other communities are in newer developments. And Broomfield's doing Denver Water is doing a whole pilot project with an entire community, like a new development. I think that's about it. It does include some disinfection in that treatment in the whole house system. So I just wanted to make that note. Next slide, please. So just to revisit our categories again, laundry to landscape, we have category A and B. Main differences are just single family versus non-single family. And that is for subsurface irrigation. Then the whole house systems, category C and D, again, single family versus non-single family. And we did want to note in that category D that it does require a certified operator. But for the other systems, they really are off-the-shelf certified. So pretty easy to install. All right, next slide, please. So this proposed ordinance will create a new chapter in the Broomfield Municipal Code if it is supported. The chapter will define the regulatory structure for the Broomfield Greywater Control Program, including Reg 86 requirements, the approved categories, operations and maintenance requirements, permitting procedures, and also our enforcement. Next slide, please. So next steps. We'd love to get your input, hopefully support. If it is supported, we will bring this to the following council meetings, August 10th for the first reading, August 24th for the second reading, possibly some more space in between there. We were just discussing that. And we did want to mention that when the ordinance, if it is supported, is effective, we want to be prepared to roll out the program, have all the best management practices kind of laid out, work with our communications department to really put together a detailed web page to give our residents a lot more information, and provide the permitting information, our design criteria, and have all of our tracking materials and spreadsheets in place. So that's our plan going forward, and we appreciate the time. Hopefully we got through it pretty quickly and saved you guys some time, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. I'm so excited. Who wants to go first? Mayor Pro Tem Dzierski.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions. I'm pretty sure I support this. I think it's a great way to conserve water. I have a question on what actually is subsurface irrigation. Judging by the name, I'm suspecting it's not like a sprinkler system or a drip hose. So I'm not familiar with that term.
Correct, that would be an irrigation system installed underneath. It does have sprinkler heads that go with it. It's more of a filter system, but it is an underground system that basically prevents it from running off the property. The main intent of that is to keep that within the property, within the landscaping. It's tended to water. So that's where the mulch beds, the mulch area also is designed to keep that contained and not running off.
Okay, so I think there could be a sprinkler head component. Maybe I've seen these in the past, but you're just saying what's.
It would be a drip style.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a spray.
Okay, like a drip style, but it contains some sort of a filter system that you mentioned that will filter out some of the impurities in the water that are coming from the bathroom sinks and the showers and.
I'm thinking of my washing machine and the little bit of lint that goes with it.
Okay.
It'd be part of that maintenance of just that filter that you want to clean out to make sure that it doesn't block the system.
Okay, gotcha. And yeah, when I was thinking of this, I'm judging from the sources where it's coming from. I'm guessing it's gonna be mostly soapy water that is going to be reused. And it's my, very layman's understanding that that's actually good for landscaping and ends up requiring less water when you have the surfactants, I guess, that are on your grass. But are there any concerns with, especially in the multi-unit setting where potentially hazardous substances are being poured down drains by a tenant in a unit?
That is part of the reason why only certain sinks are allowed as part of the gray water system. There is also, I'm sorry, part of the question just slipped my mind. The disinfection system is part of it for the whole house system. It is a portion of it. The certified systems that come off the shelf also have built-in components. The maintenance and operations sort of address what that looks like also. Erin, I feel like I'm missing something. Do you want to add?
One of the other components of the laundry to landscape system is a valve where you can redirect flow. So for families that might have heavy diaper washing or something like that, when they know there could be a potential for like fecal matter to be in that supply, they can redirect the flow and put it into the normal water system again. So there are components like that, and in the larger whole house systems, there's similar components.
Yeah, I think it's easy to regulate, I would imagine, in a single family home setting. The only concern I have is in the multifamily homes where, you know, the management of the multifamily units doesn't know what the individuals are doing, and a tenant, and maybe they are dumping some sort of hazardous waste down the bathroom sink, or like you just mentioned, which I wasn't even thinking of, heavily soiled diapers or something else in the laundry, and the management of the unit wouldn't know enough to divert that.
There will need to be systems in place as part of the adoption of their gray water system requirements. It's not one of those things where they can just go buy it off the shelf and we don't know about it. The requirements for tracking, the requirements for testing, the requirements to make sure that even though it's not a certified operator for the regulatory requirements, they still have to be certified to operate their own system, which is a different requirement. So they don't get to install it and then be blind. There are enforcement requirements for them to pay attention. It's not to say that mistakes won't happen. It's not to say that accidents can't occur, but there are things in place to address those items when they do happen.
The only thing that just caught my ear, I'm not going to be finished here, was you said there's going to be some sort of testing requirements for in the multifamily setting?
Yes, so the whole house systems with category D have a higher requirement than any of the other three systems. And that would be a situation similar to probably like Denver, where they're partnering with the community on what that looks like. We would want to make sure that we were involved, not just from a public works water efficiency standpoint, but also a building standpoint, what those requirements are for installation, permitting, inspecting, making sure that the system works long-term as well.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hankel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for bringing this forward. I'm excited. I'm definitely behind it, and I just have a few questions. My first question I just sort of thought of, and I have two more questions. When we're talking about a pilot program in Denver, it's one thing to incentivize or to have this sort of feeling like you're saving money, and also you're saving on usage of water. Are there any incentives for new builds to do this? Is there anything out there?
We have not established an incentive program at this time. We are watching a little bit what our neighbor communities are doing as far as incentivizing that. And we would also need to look at the fiscal impacts of what the financial weight of that would be, of what does that incentive look like, and then what does that savings look like.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see maybe some incentives that we could have for new builds for sure. When I was looking through the regulations, I noticed that a lot of it, and we do this, I think, in our pipes, right? They're colored purple for a good reason. So, when they talk about the stickers and it's shown like, here's where we need to label everything. I'm wondering, when we approve this, like in a single family home or whatnot, what does it look like for the resale of the home? So let's say they sell it 10 years down the road. Are they rechecking those areas where they need to be labeled? Are we keeping it safe for long term?
Yes, I want to find that specific part in the regulations, and perhaps Christine can point us out where it might be. But my understanding is that they are required to disclose that. The maintenance, the operations, the requirement of how you operate that system. It is specifically required by the regulation for that information to be included as part of the operation of the home.
Okay. Like, so when home inspectors go through, are they checking for that, or what does that look like?
Let's see, and the operation and owner's manual, operations and maintenance manual must be transferred upon change of ownership or occupancy to the new owner or tenant. It's specifically included in the regulations.
Okay, so the manual is passed down, but there's no like inspection?
I would need to look closer on that, and I can, if you give me about 5 minutes, I can get back to you on that one.
That's great. So we'll circle back to that one later, and wherever you want to bring it up is great. Because I would like to see some sort of inspection to make sure we're keeping up to date, because I don't want to get this one mixed up with other kinds of water. My last question is just page 30 of 30, and I don't even know if this was mentioned before that, but I do believe you guys were referencing the division, and there wasn't a definition at the top of the regulations for the division. What is the division?
The division is defined, I did see that one. In the very beginning, item G, it's on page 13 of the document, under 1342-20 definitions. Division means the Department of Community Development's Building Division of the City and County of Broomfield. And the division is responsible for oversight and implementation of all gray water regulatory activities, including but not limited to design, review, inspection, enforcement, tracking, and complaints. And what I'd like to add, maybe just for the interest of time, if we don't have an inspection component in here to require the transfer or sale, we can easily incorporate that.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. And of course, it's in black as compared to all the other blue. So that would have been more obvious. And I think I was going alphabetical. I think it might be non-alphabetical. Perhaps I did that. And that's about it for now. I look forward to the other question on inspections.
Thank you. And I just want to highlight the reason that the ordinance is color coded the way it is. If you printed the ordinance double-sided as I did, it's easy to miss. Blue is taken from regulation 86. That's straight from our Colorado state regulation. Red is taken from our regulations. Green is taken from Denver's ordinance. Orange is from Golden. Purple from Pitkin, and black is the original templates.
Gotcha, I liked that. I liked it that you guys did it that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Love that we're looking at this. I do have some more direct, difficult questions. Doesn't mean that I don't agree with this, but as I look at one of the reasons why we're considering this as a council priority, it really hits on sustainability and water conservation. I'm just wondering if there's other water conservation efforts that is more feasible than gray water regulations and inspections and all the difficulties that come around with it. For one, I usually walk early in the morning and people so overwater. and one of the things we do here in Broomfield is we have a little strip of green between the sidewalk and the street. It's great for our safety, but it's really horrible for water conservation. So for me, getting citizens, teaching them how to set their sprinkler, consulting them, even a program associated with that. When you've got water running out of the street's edge and even down the drain, which happens all the time, everywhere. That to me is the biggest bang for our buck in water conservation for outside. So in looking at that, I would probably look at that program before this program as far as water conservation and sustainability. But when looking at gray water, I'm wondering if you guys had looked at the unfavorable effects of gray water. And I know you guys didn't really talk to them in the presentation, but in the cities that have implemented it, have you had any conversations? Because there's a lot written about the unfavorable effects of gray water. Have these cities or municipalities that have incorporated these regulations experienced anything like that? Like oversaturation and the chemical issues with gray water?
I'm going to let Ms. Messner address that, but before I do, I want to mention that adopting gray water use regulations is just one of many strategies of our water efficiency plan. As Ms. Messner mentioned earlier, it's a great way for someone to feel some ownership, even though it might not get the most bang for the buck. From a water conservation standpoint, we do get that sense of ownership. So that's one good thing that comes from a community standpoint, but it is one of our many strategies. Along with our other strategies include education about watering, when to water. We do offer rebates for smart irrigation controllers, which are the ones that are supposed to react to when it rains and water less. Also expanding our reuse system. We plan to bring forward to you our plan to further the construction of Height Pit, which will be adding approximately 1,000 acre-feet to our reuse system. So we're looking at it from many different approaches of how to maximize our conservation efforts. As Erin mentioned, the goal of our water efficiency plan at this point is to reduce our 2040 projected demand by 10%. So that won't be done by one method, but several methods.
Yeah.
Perfect. Ms. Messner, would you like to speak? Have you had any conversations with the other communities regarding unfavorable effects?
So we did have some extensive conversations with one Western Resource Advocates who've been helping some of the other neighboring communities implement their programs, going through the steps of implementation. What we've heard for the most part was these systems are relatively new. Most of the communities who are adopting regulations and adopting gray water programs haven't had a ton of participants yet. So they haven't had many of the negative outcomes either. So mostly it's been in the planning and implementation process, just getting the regulation approved and planned for. But they haven't really had user negative effects yet that they have observed. What Brennan and Mr. Middleton and I were just discussing was more the concerns that we've already mentioned here tonight, just making sure that people are following the regulations, are properly informed on what should be going into their system, and an education process on the best management practices. So that is what we view as a key component of this, is really that resident engagement, education, having resources available just so people know how to use their systems best. But we have not observed from our conversations many negative outcomes yet. And I would echo what Ms. Dahl said earlier. We do have some very effective water auditing programs through Resource Central, and also Garden in a Box program that we started this year. And we're excited to bring some information to you soon on turf replacement project.
Okay. Thank you for that. No, I mean, I think that the homeowner that installs it or builds the house with it has the passion for something like this. It might be the second homeowner that might not have the passion for it, that could really mess things up. And there's a lot of bacteria issues with it and unsanitary things. So those are the things that I would be concerned about. And then in my opinion, I think I would not support the multifamily unit at this time. There's too many complexities that could go wrong. So the single family dwellings that want that, I think I would support it, because they would be the ones acting out of passion and concern. With the multifamily dwellings, there's a lot of complexity. I'm not quite sure you could buy in that the whole building has that same passion and are following the rules and regulations needed for a clean system that wouldn't be adding to the bacteria issues to keep the system clean. And then one last question, enforcement requirements. I heard that word. I know that's for the category D, but is any of this program below category D, if I eliminate that, is that going to cost us any more money? Additional staff support, looking at systems, inspecting systems, supporting systems, Or is this all, we approve the regulations and the homeowners manage it?
So I want to make one clarification of, it's not just the systems that have the requirements for the operations and maintenance. So every gray water system has to meet certain requirements as far as how they are operated and maintained. And so that's part of the permitting process. It's part of the design that we go through. Do you have the 7 steps handy? So, and what I'm thinking of also is we go through licensing. So prior to approval for all use, all gray water systems have to be inspected, verified, inspected, accepted by the division. And there's some other restrictions, but at this point, we don't anticipate that there's going to be an additional lift from an additional significant lift from a staff perspective. We already have a permitting counter. This is just, it's kind of been one more process for them to manage. As new as the systems are and as much participation has been had, I don't anticipate a lot of additional staff effort. I don't anticipate any financial activities, as most of the inspectors are building inspectors. They will inspect within the house, but they don't inspect between the wall and the main. So a third-party inspector would have to provide that inspection, and that would be a requirement of us. So what a homeowner could expect, so we identified, and I'm just going to go over a very high level, what a homeowner would have to do. There's basically 7 steps for successfully installing and operating any gray water treatment system. And so the first thing they have to do is review what the regulations are so that they understand what they're getting into. The second is to go through the design. The third is to go through the permitting. The fourth is the installation. So we are part of the design, we're part of permitting, we're part of installation, we're part of inspection, which is step number 5. Step 6 is the control measures, which we have abilities for that. And then step 7 is the reporting. So any changes to the gray water treatment, the legally responsible party, the certified operator, or the status of the system must be reported within 60 days. So that's how we have it set up. And I do believe that as it might change, if we see a huge interest in this program, we may have to adjust. But for what we're projecting right now, we believe that this is a relatively inexpensive lift for us to be able to really promote water conservation. And I agree with you as you were speaking, and as Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski had mentioned, what about those multifamily folks? Because that individual homeowner, they're the ones who the incentive, they're the ones who feel strongly about this. They're the ones who are going to go to the website and read which soaps they should be using or which soaps they shouldn't be using, and which ones are good for the environment and which ones are not. They'll take that initiative. And so I'm bringing up Councilmember Hinkle's point, if we don't already have a method by which we require an inspection at the point of sale, I would encourage that we have that, but also an agreement that they accept the permit of the system. And it's not something that they automatically inherit, but they could have the option at that point to say, I choose not to maintain this system. And then we could have some sort of method by which we decommission their system.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And I appreciate all the information. That's all the questions I had at this point in time.
All right. Next is Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm definitely in. I like the idea of the ordinance. I feel like it's kind of similar to like the ADU ordinance that we've passed, like you can use it or not use it, and you can use it to your benefit, or you can, I think there's ways to do it. I appreciate the caution that Councilmember Green, a new system, and I also think that those who want to have that will be ready for it, and I don't want to block anyone from not having that opportunity. Where my mind is going is like commercial spaces, right? Like those who do a lot of laundry, those who would that include businesses to some extent, or is this strictly just multifamily and single family homes?
This is a residential gray water program.
And then 2.0 maybe might be commercials, or could that
I
expand it?
can't speak to regulation 86. Brennan, would you? Regulation 86 does include commercial, so 2.0 could potentially include commercial.
Cool, because I think, there are some businesses that use a lot of water, it could really benefit, especially if they have like landscaping too, I really don't know. So yeah, I don't, that would be maybe something to consider to add into, this in addition to having I'm a huge fan of this, so I've been looking forward to this. Appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Lynn?
Yes, this is a great step forward for our water conservation. I have some questions. Do you know if, with the outdoor tanks, that are a possibility, at least according to 134260 on page 20, have you heard if there would be any, or thought about if there would be any coordination with the communities in Broomfield who have HOAs? So I can imagine, well, the city's gonna approve this, but my HOA won't let me have an outdoor tank.
That is a fantastic question. So, Brennan?
Yep.
Mr. Middleton, I'm sorry. I could try to find it, but this is, like I said, my expert, so.
I guess the one point I will make to that, is that, the location of the tank, could either be, indoors or outdoors. So, if there are some restrictions imposed by the HOA, then, that resident would probably have to work within those confines of those restrictions and possibly have to try and site that indoors. And if that doesn't work, or if that's not feasible for their system, then they may not be able to, actually install a greywater treatment system.
Okay, I don't know, what kind of, I would hate to have a resident really be enthusiastic about this and reach a dead end with their HOA. If we could, work with educating the HOAs, hopefully we're gonna have this webpage.
So in I would imagine it would be unique to each HOA because each would have their own specific regulation as far as screening, fence height, that type of thing. But I'm struggling to imagine a situation to where we couldn't create a creative method by which we could screen it. If the tanks were restricted to being 10 feet high, that was our only option, I could see that being a roadblock. But I could see plenty of different options of how someone could incorporate within their own area, their own yard, maybe turn it into a table looking thing. I'm not really sure, but I think there's a way that we could help that homeowner, with our community development department, look at what those HOA regulations are so that we sometimes people over enforce, I would say. So we can help them understand what that could look like and help them come to that solution.
Okay, that would be good if we could work with that. The city fee, so there's going to be a permit fee required for any level system. And we have discussed in ACES extensively about, the equity and sustainability measures because, there's fees associated with everything. So there's cost, obviously, of the system. I don't know. I haven't looked at the cost of the system. Maybe it's, going to be something that's beyond the reach of a lot of homeowners, but certainly whatever we could do to not make that permitting be an obstacle to someone who wanted, to use this kind of system, that I think should be considered.
My understanding in this, City Manager Hoffman, please correct me if I misspeak. Our fees are based on basically the work required, so they're not an arbitrarily established. It's based on the staff time, the requirements that go with it. So there's a nexus behind it, and we would As we look at establishing what that fee is, obviously we would want to make it as reasonable, as feasible as possible. But we still have to cover the fact that we have to administratively issue those.
That's correct. And actually, all of the permits are, from a cost recovery perspective, Councilmember Lim, are significantly under, quite frankly. So, but that's not to say that on these items that, not just from a sustainability perspective, right, but from a sustainable long-term perspective, that council couldn't entertain some creativity to help expand that program.
And this is probably part of a bigger conversation that's coming from ACES and a broader scale about, larger, lot of measures that we have been talking about equity and
Sure.
the costs and things like that. Okay. The operation, okay, on the transfer to a new owner, there was something specific I had in mind. Do you know if there's like protocol in a real estate listing where it would say the house contains a gray water system, that somebody would know up front when they were looking at the house, or is there anything recorded on the title even?
Mr. Middleton, would you be able to detail that, or is that something we can get back to Councilmember Lim on?
Yeah. I don't know if I can speak to exactly whether that information is held on the title or anything like that. I do know that Reg 86 requires us to track certain information, including, like what type of system is at the premises, and the permissible sources of gray water and things like that. So we will have a database that tracks all these things. And we require users to notify us within 60 days within any change of ownership. So in that instance, maybe it would be up to us to then reach out to the new owner and just make sure that they're aware of the system that they have, and that that transfer of O&M manual actually happened.
And if I may add to that, because we are a city and county, we do have access to property sale records when they occur. So that can be part of our internal verification to make sure that, if we know that we have our gray water database and we compare it to homeowner database and it doesn't match, and we see that the sale has happened more than 60 days ago, that can be a way for us to find out if somebody isn't in compliance. So we have the resources available to be able to verify that.
Okay. One more question. The ACES has not discussed water conservation extensively. That's not one of the three main committee focuses. But there was an ACES member who had a specific question about the certification required for the operator. So I understood you to say that the A, B, and C do not need operator certification.
So I would say there's two levels to it. So Regulation 100, which is similar to Regulation 86, governs the certification of water and wastewater operators. Gray water systems categories A, B, and C are specifically listed as exempted, automatic exemptions from that regulation. However, our own regulations, it's 134270 under operations and maintenance. E requires a certified operator. So a gray water treatment system must be operated by qualified personnel, meet any applicable requirements of that Regulation 100. So that basically means, again, that if you have the system, you have to know how to operate it. You can't just have a system and ignore it. So that's part of our requirements, is that you are aware and that you know how to operate your system, although you don't have to meet the same certification testing as, say, our wastewater treatment operators and our water treatment operators.
Okay, because that's what the ACES member ACES member was actually familiar with the details of the waste and wastewater facility operator certification requirements. And he said, those are extensive.
They are.
And he said, we don't, what can we do to make sure that that is not a tremendous obstacle for people to have to obtain those certifications in order to even have a small family system?
Right, and so those certification types are based on the flow that basically comes to the treatment system. So even our wastewater treatment plant, we have to have a certain level of operator based on the type of treatment that we have. And so category D being a whole house system, which goes back to, you want to make sure that you have that disinfectant to make sure that we keep things clean, clean gray water. It's that category D that is the whole house and multifamily that you could potentially reach those volumes that would trigger you to be a certified operator per regulation 100.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's all.
Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for their questions. So I'm curious, so kitchen sinks are not a part of this. Is this due to the involvement from the dishwasher, or what's the issue with kitchen sinks not being included for the laundry to landscape system?
Food, basically. Yeah, garbage disposal, there's a lot more opportunity for bacteria, there's a lot more opportunity for the not pleasant stuff to get out there. So what I've seen as a constant theme is that the kitchen sinks, any kind of washing, like the laundry that has diapers, reusable diaper washing, that's ineligible for this type of stuff. Even though it comes through the laundry, it's what's in the water.
Okay.
Basically, that qualifies it of what we call gray water versus black water.
Okay, all right, thanks. And then freezing concerns during winter with that laundry to landscape, is that just a flip of that switch to divert that to go into the sewer as opposed to going into the landscape at that point?
I believe so, although I'm not as familiar with the systems. Mr. Middleton, is it that simple? It is that simple. Sort of like winterizing your irrigation state, you just winterize your outdoor washer.
Yeah, you wouldn't continue to just pump that into the landscape
I mean,
throughout the winter, right?
a little icy spot right there.
That's what I was thinking. So I was curious with the, the permits, or the process being done in Denver, Pitkin, Golden. But I'm curious, do you know how many permits have actually been pulled in those jurisdictions, or even at state at large? I mean, are we talking a large number of permits, or are we talking a small amount of permits?
We do know the number. It is very small. Are we talking double digits?
I think from the people that are the cities and towns that we've spoken to, it's been probably
Under 10 from the city and counties that we've spoken to.
Okay. And that was a concern of mine, is that I'm wondering what is creating that low number of permits. One idea is that, and this is kind of a question that I have later on, which is how many of these systems have gone in that haven't necessarily been permitted. The folks that know about gray water know and are savvy enough to figure this out and just do it themselves and not necessarily getting a permit, versus just a cumbersome, overly burdensome, overly regulated process to do something that could be so simple.
I could say that there's probably people that feel that way about our current permitting of some of our requirements, because if I know how to do it, why do I need you watching me and telling me what to do? I do believe, though, that our goal in Broomfield is not to create any process that's overly cumbersome. So as we establish our permitting, as we establish our application, as we educate the community on how and why, I can't speak to the unpermitted activities we don't know about. Just like any community, if we knew about it, we'd do something about it. But I think education is where we really could get a leg up here. And by making our process, like you said, not cumbersome. Why would I want to go through it if you're going to make it difficult for me? So that's part of our perspective, is making sure that it's as reasonable and easy for our residents to apply do this if they would like to.
Great. And that would be my goal as well, is to create something that is simple. I'm just curious, what's the roadblock for those residents in those communities from getting a permit and doing this? Is it, you mentioned education, and I think that's a big one. This seems like a solution that, in terms of our water, there's a very altruistic piece there. But this is one more thing to have to manage in the house. And at least my to-do list for my house is quite long all the time. And so adding one more component that is something that I now need to learn and figure out and install is probably too much. But I'm still excited about this. But I'm just curious what is the roadblock in those communities from people applying for those permits, and what can we learn?
Mr. Noble and Ms. Messner, would you want to speak to what you found out?
Yeah, so speaking to these different communities, it seems like, as you mentioned, it's kind of just another thing to have to maintain and install. And I think that also the design requirements that have been imposed by Regulation 86 are somewhat extensive. So this kind of, dissuades people from actually following through. I think what you'll see with the laundry landscape systems is those people that apply for permits are really interested in it, interested in getting involved in gray water. And I guess we're kind of going for the low hanging fruit here. We don't want to put have any roadblocks for those people that are interested in installing those systems. But if we're looking at this at maximizing water savings, I think that really comes into play with these multifamily systems. And there, I think, a big part of actually seeing those systems or water savings come to fruition is having some sort of incentive structure that incentivizes developers to include these in their new building construction. So, as Kimberly mentioned, this is something that we will need to look into in the future and kind of assess as we pay close attention to Denver's pilot program as well as Golden's that's happening at this time.
Thank you for that. So I'm curious, by moving down the rate with the regulation and ordinance of gray water systems, I'm curious the kind of burden that this will be put on staff. How many FTEs are going to be needed to be hired to deal with this? What kind of time is going to be done? And I kind of echo, there was a comment from another council member concerning ADUs. And last time I asked, we have created 0 ADUs after passing that ordinance. So, my worry is that we're going to pass this ordinance and we're going to have 0 permits, but we're going to be spending money on the back, behind the scenes in terms of managing this system that there are 0 permits.
Well, at this point, I would say it'd be unfortunate if we had 0 permits, but we also have 0 staff time associated with it up until the point of adopting the regulations. There's no additional cost to us as a community to register that we have gray water systems. The true cost only comes when somebody wants to apply for that permit, and then we go through the effort to help them with that process. So at this point, and based on our neighboring communities and their current participation at less than 10, we're not proposing any additional FTEs, not proposing any additional things like that. My main focus right now, provided that we have positive feedback, is that we create a permitting structure in a way that works for our community development department so that it's not a heavy lift during the process for them. It fits within their existing lane so that again, it's something that they're already doing. It's not another ad. And then I would also want to look at, as you speak to roadblocks, a lot of times if we just show people the way, oh, it's that easy? Okay, that's what I'll do now. So looking at it from those perspectives. But there is no financial impact to us until people start implementing the systems.
And then the last question I have is regarding the developers offering this in new builds for new builds in Broomfield. So we, at one point, getting a 220 outlet in garages for EV charging was something that developers weren't necessarily doing, and the developers definitely started offering that, and now it's standard. So I'm wondering if this is one of those things that we can start to get developers to kind of buy into and at least offer this to potential buyers and start to kick that down, to really launch that with new builds.
Well, so I would say there's two components to that. Number one, you do get that really grassroots feeling when you get that single family system of I'm doing something. And from a water conservancy standpoint, and just bringing up our irrigation rebates and our for example, our fixture retrofits. Our biggest bang for the buck is when we reach out to an apartment complex and we say, can we do all of your units at once? Although we still want every individual homeowner knowing about our program and swapping theirs out up to 3, we do get a larger impact from those larger housing communities.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Well, I think it's great. And all we're doing with this ordinance is allowing people the choice to do it if they want to do it. We're not forcing it on anyone, and it's not going to cost us anything until it actually starts getting implemented. So I don't see any reason why not to conserve wherever we can.
I would like to ask for 2 points of council clarification. Number 1, single family only or multifamily as well. And also, what was it? I assume I have support on this, but making sure that we include a requirement for inspection and approval of transfer of the permit upon transfer of the sale of the property would have to be included as part of our permits for the regulation 86. So I just want to clarify that I have support to include that if it's not already written into our ordinance, when the property transfers sale after the system has been installed, but I would like clarification on single family only versus single family and multifamily.
All right, should we do a straw poll? Okay, who is in favor of the single family?
You say single family only?
No, okay, we'll do both. Okay, who's in favor of the single family and multi-family? All right, so I think we have consensus. We have consensus on
Oh, one
single.
was for single.
We have consensus for single and multi, and then who's in favor of the requirement of the transfer of the permit? Did I get that right?
But to require that the new homeowner accept responsibilities that they're aware, because if to council members' point, it's not in the real estate paperwork, and I remember the last time I bought my house, I didn't sign. That's not something I want people to ignore. People sign their HOA regs all the time and they don't know, hey, what do you mean I can't paint my house this color?
Oh, I read them all.
Some people do, some people don't. But I think it would help us in the permitting process to make sure that the systems are properly maintained and chosen that way.
Sure, go ahead, Councilman Michael.
Does that include like the inspection, because like going back to that inspection piece of, are all the notes still available showing that this is non-potable water and all of that?
What I'm proposing to include, if it's not already in here, is that we require inspection at the time of sale or within 60 days of the time of sale, and also that the new property owner accepts the requirements of having a gray water system. Unless you don't like that, then I can make sure they're out.
All right, did you have a question, Councilman?
Does that require a separate inspection?
It would require an inspection at the time of that.
Okay, so that's like a lot of inspections that would need to happen. I mean,
It could be part of their regular homeowner.
okay, that's what I'm asking, if it could be, like, did it have to be a separate inspection, or could it be part of like they check everything,
I would say that if it meets our regulations as far as a qualified inspector, and third-party inspection is a lot of this.
Yeah.
As long as they meet that third-party inspection requirements, if it's their whole home inspector, if it's They're individual, if they have a friend that they like, as long as they meet the requirements, we would accept any allowable except inspection that meets our requirements.
Yes, thank you. Mr. okay, Councilmember Chef?
Just one clarification, so would this be the responsibility of the home seller, or would this be on the, responsibility of the home buyer?
I would put it on the responsibility of the home seller.
Anybody else? Do we want to support this? Looks like we're gonna support this too, Ms. Dahl.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys. Our final study session item this evening is a discussion on amending council procedures and rules of order regarding virtual participation. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all. Nancy Rogers, the City and County Attorney. If it's okay with Council, I'll stay in the seat and we can have this discussion. Next slide, please, Jake. Thanks. As you will remember, in March of 2020, Council changed their rules like many elected governments did across the nation to account for virtual meetings because of the public health orders. The way that our council rules are written right now, it's an entire virtual meeting, and it doesn't really allow for a hybrid or the attendance by some council members or elected officials remotely and others in person. Next slide. So as we're seeing, there's an interest in having this discussion and a possibility. We included in the council packet other elected governments that were looking at this. IT has looked at it, and they just have some recommendations. This can be done, but the remote participant needs to have a strong internet connection, a good phone connection, quiet space, the ability to see the slides and the presentation, which we can share in advance and provide to the council member as easy as we have been for the past year and a half. That staff has been. Next slide, thanks, Rick. What we need is an amendment to your council rules to make it clear that you can have virtual attendance by an individual council member when other council members and the mayor and the member pro tem are in person. You can make the rules as stringent or as flexible as you want. Some of the examples that were in the packet, that were linked in the packet, you can see they're really strict and really long. Some of them are a little more flexible and allow for discretion and case-by-case analysis by the council. So staff is seeking direction on if you want to move forward with virtual participation, and if so, what this will look like. And what we'll do is take the information received tonight and come back with a resolution to change council rules, which requires a 2/3 vote. Next slide. And here's the questions for each council member. Do you want virtual attendance by individuals? Should there be a reason supporting it? What is virtual attendance, video or phone, or both? Should virtual attendance be allowed for quasi-judicial hearings, land use or other type of quasi-judicial? What about executive sessions? Should virtual participation be allowed by the mayor? And if so, does the mayor then preside at that meeting, or does the mayor pro tem? And then can a person attend virtually for part of the meeting? And is there any specifics you'd like to put in about cameras being on so that you're seen, and how staff can set up like a max headroom? Do you remember that? Yeah, like sitting where Councilmember Lindstedt would be a screen with his face on it, something like that. I don't know if we have to get that detailed in the council's rules, but that would really help staff as they start planning this out. And I have to just say, Councilmember Groom, you gave us a great test case attending last week virtually. So I think we've all done this virtual attendance. We've now seen it with some in person, some not in person. So with that, I will turn it over to council to start the discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. And there were two ones. We'll go Councilmember Groom first, and then Hinkle.
Sure, and I think absolutely my experience utilizing the virtual aspect last week really formulated my thoughts, pros and cons associated with attending virtually. while you guys are on the dais as well as the executive session. But, you know, we all went through the COVID, we all participated. We didn't really have a lot of these guidelines all spelled out. And I think we've proven that we can do it at least. Now, having an individual not attend versus while the whole council is up here is a little different than the entire council being virtual. So in my experience, I think one of the things that was lacking is just really good, clear virtual line. So there was some technical difficulties that really maybe we can work out prior. But I didn't really feel like I was missing too much. There was some technical issues, but I was able to still hear and listen and somewhat participate based on the technical difficulties at that time. And then should an individual virtual attendance be allowed? I would support it. Should there be a specific reason? I think we're all professional. And we have the ability to make that professional choice of whether or not we want to be absent or have the ability to attend. So I think allowing the council members to make that choice on their own is their level of profession. And then virtual attendance for me would be video conferencing or phone. So I still work in a home environment that is both video and phone. I can tell you majority is phone only because the web and the technical issues with video conferencing. I think we should allow it to have video if you want, but if you have technical trouble, at like work, we always switch to phone and you can still call in, you can still participate, but there's no requirement to be on video. And at least we can use that as a backup. Should individual virtual attendance be allowed? I mean, yes, we did it during COVID. I don't see that being an issue. Executive sessions, for me on the executive session, that was a little bit more difficult because one of the things that I learned is there is a high level of trust that you have to have about who is in the room with you. We all did it while we were in COVID. But you know, I was in a hotel room. In full disclosure, I told my sons who was staying with me, get lost until 11. They came back a few minutes early and I was like, oh, we're not done. And I thought for sure we would be done. So I had to remove myself early beforehand. So probably for me, I would not make the choice to be in the executive session if I wasn't at home for some reason with no one around, that I know that I wouldn't be interrupted because it was not an environment, like I didn't expect that. So again, I think using your professional judgment, but I think that's a lessons learned for me, that if you're sitting in a hotel room, an executive session, and you ask someone to leave and they come back, I think it's a little difficult to cut your discussion off when you're in the middle of it and you're participating. So I am a little wishy-washy with the executive session, but I'm willing to leave it up to professional judgment. And that was my lessons learned that I wanted to share with you guys. And then virtual participation for the mayor. I do think the mayor should be able to call in virtual, but Mayor Pro Tem should preside over the meeting. Physical in person should be the person presiding over the meeting, and part of the meeting. I guess if they can attend the whole meeting virtually, I guess part of the meeting is not going to be an issue. And I wouldn't say cameras are required to be on for the explanation I just gave. I think phone is a very good backup based on technical issues, and I have no other considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna ask Ms. Ryder, are you tracking these little chart? Oh, that's wonderful. That's
I'm not sure
9:03.
Abby and Pat are too. I'm not the only geek here.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you. So I have like 3 questions before I get into these questions. I just going through all of these, questions or considerations, it just kind of made me think about what if we had a person always attend virtually? That might cause a problem for me anyway, like engaging with other council members. So I would like to see it limited to maybe once quarterly, or, maybe just 4 times a year, something like that. That would be helpful for us to have that sort of standard across the board. And then I guess that really wasn't a question, it's more of a direction. My first question then is, we're using the word virtual here, and I noticed that Superior and Aurora use the word remote. Castle Rock, Windsor, and Alamosa uses electronic participation. Is there anything to gain from the word virtual? Because I'm just being really kind of ticky-tacky about this. Is that a virtual vote? Do we call it remote participation? Do we call it electronic participation? Is there any legal verbiage that could be broken down and saying, oh, no, your vote was virtual, it wasn't actual remote participation? I don't know.
It's the term that council would like to use. I think there's maybe some value in calling it remote. In the staff packet, staff did some suggested edits, and one part of the edits is a provision that says virtual or remote or electronic attendance will constitute valid participation for the purposes of quorum and voting. So whatever terminology that we use, we'll make sure that vote is also recognized as if you were sitting here on the dais too.
Okay. I prefer the word just electronic participation. I don't know if virtual means like you are in proxy with another person, telling them, I don't know how that would work, but I like electronic participation. And then I also looked at the words, we're trying to give a heads up as to if we're going to be gone and what those words look like. What does shall endeavor to advise? If we do not shall endeavor to advise, shall is very strong to me, I think in lawyer terms, right? But endeavor means like you're on a mission maybe, and maybe you'll hit that point of 24 hours notice or not. I'm not really sure. So I was highly confused about shall endeavor to advise. And what's the repercussion if you don't within that 24 hours?
I think that's a great question. And, that shall endeavor sort of came out of our last council rules discussion on the amendments that we wanted to provide some wiggle room for council, like, please do your best efforts. It's best efforts. But if council would like, you can do an absolute. You must either attend in person unless you let your council members know by a time certain.
I can do shall endeavor.
Okay. But I think you asked another question of what's the consequence, which is a great question on council rules in general. The consequence is whatever you all determine it could be. And it could be a censure, it could be, a public statement of admonition. But that's about it, because only the residents have the power to remove somebody from office. You could change some board and commission assignments, but the remedy is up for you all to decide what will be the consequence if somebody doesn't follow these rules. And that goes for this rule or any of your rules. You're self-governing among yourselves. Staff can't even impose remedies upon council members.
Well, considering leading up to this, I'm sure everyone will weigh in on this as well, but I think leading up to this, we've had, something like 30 minutes before council starts, we get something. But if they're able to participate remotely, I feel like we would need to give staff at least some we want to work with staff, and that would be sort of the stick in my eyes. It wouldn't be, hey, you're just being lazy. It's more of a, hey, we want to be considerate of staff. So what does it look like for staff to know ahead of time?
I defer to Jake.
Again, there's two pieces, Councilmember Hinkle, and one is courtesy. And the other is the speed with which we can accommodate. So the latter is something that we're all very good at and will continue to be good at. So really, it's just it's the professional courtesy of giving each other a heads up. And allowing sufficient time for, for us to get the contact information out or, notifying other council members. Again, you can't policy your way into every single possible option, right? I mean, so best effort means, best effort.
I hear you, yeah. No, I totally agree. I mean, shall endeavor to advise just means to have some common courtesy, right?
Yeah.
I shall endeavor. Awesome. All right, well, I look into these questions, these considerations. Should individual virtual attendance by council members be allowed? I believe so, but I think it should be limited. My suggestion is 4 times a year. Should theirs be a specific reason? I trust people. If they can't make it, then adults. Number 3, what is virtual attendance, video conferencing, and phone? Well, again, virtual, I think electronic participation, I would like that. And that could look like phone and or video, either one. Should individual attendance be allowed for quasi-judicial matters when the hearing is held in person? I think so. We've done a lot of that already. Should individual be allowed for executive sessions? Yes. And number 6, this one is just awkward for me just because I like that the mayor presides and that we have voting council members. And one of those voting council members is our mayor pro tem. So the only thing for me is that, if they're presiding, they're not presiding anymore and they don't have to vote. Is that right? So if the mayor pro tem is presiding, they also have a vote, but if you're calling in, I would prefer that the mayor was still presiding if that person is capacitated to do so.
When the mayor pro tem presides for the mayor, they still have their vote,
Yeah,
and the mayor would still have the tie-breaking
okay,
capabilities.
okay.
So did I hear you right? You think you would like, even if the mayor is remote, the mayor presides?
I think so.
That'd be really tricky. I'm just telling
I
you,
could see that, I could see that.
I would support that, but that's not my.
And work as a body, yeah, that could be one person here. Can a person attend virtually for part of the meeting? I think we've done that before, but I would want it to count as part of their virtual presence, for the 1 out of 4. Are cameras required to be on? No, not necessarily. And other considerations. I know that we had some voice cutouts when Councilmember Groom was on last time. What considerations should we consider, during the time where she's speaking, we can't hear her. I know that we had her type into the sidebar. Is the public able to see that? That was my only concern, just to make sure that her comments were public.
Jake?
that?
Yes, would you please?
Absolutely.
Just from the technical perspective about perhaps not live time, but whether it's screen captures and how grateful everyone is to Jake. I just.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Councilmember Hinkle, I can download a chat report after on Zoom, and I'm happy to share that out, and we can publicly post that as needed to get the chat typed out as well.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. That was the only other consideration that I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Groom's input was heard and then seen and by the public.
Councilmember Hinkle too, and for Jake, perhaps if council knows that they are traveling out, because usually the technical difficulties come with capacity on wherever you are with regards to the internet. And so again, self-service may be strong, but the internet connection may not have enough kind of that broad capacity. So the MiFis, we have found with staff that participates remotely, again, it's the signal, so if the signal's not good, the MiFi is not gonna be that great, but from a capacity perspective, maybe as a backup, when you all travel, if you're expecting to travel. Mayor, I know we plan on making sure that you don't have one so that you can actually enjoy your vacation. But Jake, did I get that right with regards to the signaling capacity?
Yeah, with regards to the MiFi, it all works off of cell phone reception. Another thing that you could consider is you can connect via a computer, and then you can also dial in on your phone and use that as your microphone. So you have a strong connection with your phone, and then still have the ability to see like the slideshow and everything like that on your computer or another device. So that's another option that we're happy to walk you through how that works as well when you're remote.
And on that point on the slide deck, it's, and I'll give Pat credit for this comment, it's really important that council confirms that they see the slide deck and they see all the information being presented, so that they can vote on what the record was presented before them. So making sure you have access to that slide deck and aren't just on a phone is going to be really important for the quasi judicial matters.
There we go. Okay, thank you. And one more question. And actually, I'm gonna go
Your
back.
time is expired. So wrap up quick.
Okay, I was just curious if we have something for consideration. Do we have a maximum amount of people who are participating? Remotely.
That's another one for.
Yeah, I mean, how it's set up now is really exactly the same as we did it during COVID. It's just now that we're integrating it with people in person in-house. So we can really accommodate any number of council members that need to be remote on a given meeting.
Okay. You guys might be the only three here, and everyone else will be remote. I don't know.
We're accustomed to that.
That's true. That is very true. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jaworski.
Thank you. To hit that last one, that was an interesting question, Heidi. And I think I would be in favor of some sort of a maximum number that can be out at a given time. I wouldn't want this whole dais to be empty. So I think that'd be in a first come, first served basis. We're budgeted. So first request, get it in maybe a number 3 or something. Just randomly throwing that out there. So other than that, I'd be in favor of streamlining the rules more than making them too complex. Just on that point, you mentioned the consequences. What struck me there was that really the consequences, if you violate this, you can't attend virtually. I mean, no one has to attend the meeting, the office meetings. So I don't think that's that big of a deal, except this, you don't get to go virtual. And not in favor right now of making any limits on the number of attempts, because I'm not sure what that would look like. But I think we may want to visit that if it's abused. And as to the shall endeavor language, I agree that it's a courtesy to get that out there as early as possible, and maybe even more so if we have a maximum number that can be out. But also, I'd like to point out that people wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning and they're going to be sick. And so they may not know that before. So, but that's, I think it's a courtesy, and if that's the case, then I think we'll all understand that. If it's for something else, then not as understanding. So having said all that, quickly run through all these. Number 1, yes. Number 2, I am in favor of having specific reasons, actually. I would like to know, really, if you're on vacation, if you're sick, if you have babysitting issues, stuff like that, if that makes sense. I think I want to know that it's one of those particular reasons, and not that you just don't want to be here. I mean, a lot of it is on the trust issue. We are professionals, and no one's going to ask for a doctor's note if you say you're sick. But I think that's, there has to be a legitimate reason why you can't be here in person and want to be virtual. Number 3, both video and phone. Number 4, yes. Number 5, yes. 6, yes for both. 7, yes, and then 8, I am a no. I think we're professionals. You can choose whether or not to have a camera or not. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity. Mayor Pro Tem. Next, you're after Councilmember Shaft, so Councilmember Shaft next.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm curious, and I think that we've addressed this before, but I just wanted to get clarification on this. How do our rules and procedures affect our other council meetings, like such as our oil and gas meeting that we've had on Wednesdays? Do they affect those meetings at all? Okay, great. So we could operate those however we want at this point, all remote or.
Yes, the council rules only apply to council meetings, special meetings, and study sessions.
All right, thanks for that answer. So I support remote attendance by the mayor and council members. Really, my only problem would be if Stan requests it, then all hands are off. So if your name's Stan, sorry, you're gonna be your personal. I was glad Stan went first, in that way I could tease him. But seriously, I think that there needs to be a quorum in person. That would be my requirement, is that we have at least a quorum sitting here at the dais for our meeting to be able to move forward. I love the idea of the possible first come, first serve with that. That way it ensures that. I hope that we never get to the issue where we have so many people virtually that we don't have a quorum here in person. I think that would be rough. I guess there should be I don't think there should be a specific reason for supporting the request. But I do think that, trying to get at least 24 hours notice to staff and council members would be a common courtesy. I would love to at least see that effort be made. Obviously, there are those things that come up that will impact that. But I don't think that there should be a number or a limit on the number of requests per year by any council member. Stuff happens. I think that the remote attendance should be video conferencing. I think that should be one element. I do like the backup phone because it does provide a little bit more stronger connectivity regarding the voice part of that. Remote attendance should be allowed for all matters. But I think the point that our attorney said, ensuring the information for quasi-judicial matters is the same for all council members. So if there's some type of handout, we've got to be able to figure out how to ensure that handout is given to that council member that is attending remotely. I think that the mayor pro tem should preside over the meeting in person if the mayor is not in person. But regardless, an in-person attendee should be chairing the meeting. I think that there could be so many problems with somebody remotely chairing the meeting. I just see issues happening. I think that the person should be signed in before the meeting starts to ensure connectivity and not be slowing down the rest of the meeting. And I think that the clerk or designee should be making, if the connection fails or something, there's an issue, making an attempt to establish that connection. But we've got to move on with the meeting, and that the in-person meeting has got to continue to move and not allow, or not having that remote attendance slow the meeting down or cause some burdens. I like the idea of a camera being on during comments and votes. If you want to turn it off at other points, I think that's fine. But on for comments and votes, I think that's important. Just for me. And then again, lastly, I just think that the remote participants shouldn't be overly burdensome to the meeting process. That the in-person meeting just needs to continue to move forward. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Tessier.
Thanks, Mayor. Great comment. I do have a question regarding like a weather situation. Do we have to have a quorum here in person, right? Like, so if there's a weather situation, could we, be safe and still conduct a meeting, which we've been able to do in the past. So I'm wondering if it could be an opportunity to create safety.
Councilmember Tessier, just real quick, one of the staff suggestions on the amendments was to retain the ability for the mayor and the city manager to call an emergency so that the entire meeting can be held virtually. So for snowstorm is a great example. So that will remain in place.
Wonderful. That's awesome. I like that. So I'm not sure when Councilmember actually Mayor Pro Tem was speaking, you said something about a violation.
Oh, the consequences.
So what constitutes a violation? Like
Oh, no, I was just saying that earlier during the intensive classes. I was just responding to that.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, okay, so. Yes, for number one. I don't know, I'm flexible on that one. I think, I mean, I solo parent a lot, and my thought was if I could be here until 9 and then go back and join again from home, like, I would like to be able to do that, and, there could be other reasons someone could have a headache, I don't know, I mean, I'm not going to be the keeper of the specific reason, I mean, I think we are adults, I like that, comment from Councilmember Hinkle. Video conferencing and phone or only video, either, I think it depends on the connection you have, so I think either could be worked in. Yes, I think so for quasi judicial. I really appreciate your comments about the executive session, Councilmember Graham, that I hadn't even really thought about that. I think, I also think that we can use our discretion, and I can kick people out if I need to. Come back out. Should virtual participation be allowed for both mayor and individual council members? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem should preside. Yes, for number 7. If you can keep them on, yes, sometimes it slows down for certain areas of Springfield or wherever you might be. So, but I liked Councilmember Schaaf's idea. If you can, at least during the voting, that might actually make sense. And I don't have any other considerations besides the letter. So, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim. In section 7.5, the quasi judicial hearings by virtual participation. That section confused me based on the fact that we were probably going to go for the allowing virtual participation. In A, when it says, if the city decides to allow for hearing of the quasi judicial matter during an emergency situation. So does this section not apply now to the fact that we opted into allowing for virtual participation?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lim. 7.5A would only apply in an emergency situation when we're going to be telling a developer applicant, for example, that the entire council is going to be meeting virtually. Are you okay with that? And that's the practice staff's been following during the entirety of COVID. And if they're not, then we'll make other arrangements. 7.5C is the individual attendance by a council member. And in that case, I guess we would talk to an applicant to see if they have a lot of heartburn, but we wouldn't give them the ability like we would for an entire virtual meeting.
Well, that was my question. Are we going to give the applicant the ability to say, no, I'm not going to do this on such and such a date because one council member is virtual? That's where I was confused.
Council, we could talk about that.
I think that's a little too much, discretion given to the applicant.
Right. And my concern is there could be some weaponization of virtual attendance on an individual level. So I think when you're talking about the entire hearing being conducted virtually, that's a different type of hearing for the applicant. When you have a couple council members, especially if we only go up to a quorum point, that I don't think the applicant loses a lot by having partial virtual participation.
And Councilmember Lim, I would think they would be precluded from that when they look at the schedule. That should they choose to do that, they're looking at 4 months from now in order to get in front of you.
Yeah, that's a good tip. Okay. One, should there be a specific reason? Is that where we are? Virtual attendance, yes. Should there be a specific reason? No, I trust adults to make decisions. What is virtual attendance? Can we find anything in I don't know how we word this. We strongly advise you to use your video conferencing. I mean, I would really yes, I understand that there's technical situations where you might need to use your phone, you know, with deficiencies, but I would really prefer to have a person be on video conference, especially when they're making comments in that. I mean, I think it would help for the public who might be watching the proceedings too, to, okay, you know exactly who's speaking. You're not depending on the mayor to remember who the mayor introduced was making the comment. You'd see the person making the comment. So can we write that in the ordinance that we prefer you be in video conferencing? Okay. Yes, for quasi judicial matters. Executive sessions, yes. Mayor can be virtual. The mayor pro tem has to preside. Virtually for part of the meeting. I would prefer that someone is attending virtual is signed on at the beginning of the meeting and well, I guess, I don't even know how that timing would work. If you started in the meeting and here, and then you went home, would there even be time for that? I don't even know the logistics of that. I guess it would work. Councilmember Tessier seems to think it would work. I don't want to encourage anyone to piecemeal the meeting. I wouldn't want to encourage that for people to be in person either, to piecemeal the meeting, decide I'm going to walk in the middle of the meeting and only do the middle of the meeting. So, our cameras required, yeah, then we talked about the cameras. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so do I weigh in on council rules anymore? Oh, I never know. Well, you know, I support all this. I want to try to make this as accessible as possible, and I do agree we're all professionals, and if we need to add some guardrails, if it gets abused, we'll be back here talking about it. But let's start in good faith that, you know, we're not going to take advantage of this. It's really just facilitate more participation and to accommodate our really, really crazy lives. But for number 6, I'm telling you, you need somebody either here, if it's all virtual, it's no problem, but it would be tough for someone that's electronically participating to really be able to tell what's going on in the chambers. So I would advocate that the mayor pro tem or whoever, you know, is going to be that person to chair the meeting in person. And if I was on vacation, I probably wouldn't call in, just to be honest, especially since I'm not really voting. But yeah, can a person attend virtually? Sure, they do it all the time. Our camera is required to be on. I think for the votes, they should be if possible. But again, I don't want to add too many rules, right? Yeah, and let's be adults and not have to over policy everything. You like that idea? Okay. That give you a good direction?
Yes, let me just go through real quick. We're doing this draft for sure. No stated reason, was consensus. It seems like video and phone strongly encourage video. Quasi judicial exec session are yeses. Mayor can be remote, but then the mayor pro tem will preside. Partial meeting is okay, but maybe you include a note like do it one or the other. You're either partial or you're either virtual, remote for the meeting, or you're in person. We can play around with that language. Cameras on, encouraged that they're on, and very strongly encouraged for votes and comments. We'll play around with the language about electronic participation, make sure that's clearly defined. You know, I like the part about get signed on, get tech issues worked on before, and that if tech issues stops a virtual participant from participating, the meeting will start on time and go forward. And it sounds like, and probably just a clarification, allow it up to a quorum, up to the point of quorum, which would be no more than 5. We need 6 year. So 4, no, only 4 could appear remotely. That was an idea from Councilmember Shaft. Does that feel, are people okay with that? Up to 4 people?
We are right now.
First come, first served, right? Yeah. Sorry, Mary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the reverse. So there needs to be a quorum present in person because there's obviously the times at which there may be some people that are not going to attend remotely or in person. So there needs to be a quorum here. I think that would be the big thing.
Right, so no matter what the reason, there always needs to be an in-person quorum. So if we have a legit absent, not here, 2 people remote, okay, I see what you're saying.
That way the meeting can keep going too, because sometimes you might have like a breakdown in communication.
Yeah.
That's gonna be hard to police because someone is.
I agree.
You could have an advance prove for remotes and then someone doesn't show up for whatever reason. It's possible to.
We want to cancel the whole meeting because there's not a in-person quorum.
Okay, well, Councilmember Shaft.
So I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Henkel said, which is if for some reason those remote participants drop, we have to have a quorum to conduct our business. And so if we drop a low quorum because we lose our virtual, then we can't conduct business anyway. So that was my thinking, and you put it exactly right.
Yeah, I think the virtual is kind of an addition to what we've had before COVID. Before COVID, if we didn't even have a forum here, you wouldn't even have a meeting.
So, and I think that's the piece for all of us to think about too, right, is, I mean, I've been here 20 years and I don't ever remember one meeting ever not holding it because there wasn't quorum. So again, I mean, policies, never seldom, don't really set a policy when it's never seldom. Seldom, sometimes, think about it, right? Sometimes, frequently is the,
Okay, what's coming up for me too is I see where you're coming and I'm also looking at the counter. You may not have a quorum in person, but you have a quorum between those who are virtual
participants
who are here. So I feel like it can work both ways and I would rather not have that as a rule because it's more flexible to continue council business. If it shouldn't matter whether the council is in person or virtual when you have a forum. For me, and does that make sense? And that's kind of just, I hear what you're saying, but
Is it more of an optics thing? Because it looks so, yeah.
Only agree that absence is free from all the versus board. Any given time, that way you know that you're gonna have only 3 remotes. I mean, it just gives you less of optics, is there anything with it? Because only allowing 3 virtual.
Well, then maybe we need to have the TV screens facing out and the people that are remote. Huh? Right.
well, and another thing that's coming up for me too is like if Josh is traveling on that, I'm gonna be like, if it's a preference to not do to be here part-time and then join later. I don't want to be, like, I feel like I would be almost abusing my kids come first.
Yeah.
So I don't, that's something I'd like for maybe me to have more conversations with others on this council about that. I mean, I think on one hand, it takes care of people who have kids at home or solo parenting, trying to do multiple things and accommodating that part. But I don't also want it to be a source of contention. Yeah, I don't want to.
I would prefer that you continue to participate when you go home. If you could, rather than just.
Yeah, if I could start off the meeting here, I mean, I live 5 minutes down the road, it would take me probably 10 minutes to just log on and I could make sure that
my friend over here would hook me up, you know, or maybe could I be on my phone while, you know, I could do my phone before I leave, so I'm not really missing anything. And be honest. Okay. Thanks for working through that with me.
Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Michelle?
Just one more thing. So with the mayor pro tem presiding over the meeting, if the mayor isn't there, just some language in there to include that the person that is presiding the meeting is in person. So it may be that the mayor and the mayor pro tem are out. So just making sure that that's clear in there, that somebody in person is chairing the meeting.
And if we're both out for some reason, then you guys have to elect
Right.
a chair.
For sure. Thank you. I think we have a good starting place.
Good.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn, for bringing this forward. Wait, do I have to say something? Hold on. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session.